Good morning and welcome to December 4th regular session. Call meeting to order. We have a quorum present with Commissioner White being absent. Carrie, you certified meeting was properly posted. Please rise for prayer and pledges. James Ray.
Our Heavenly Father, we humbly bow before you this morning, seeking your presence in this courtroom. Have these gentlemen in the direction that you would have them go, that they may make the decisions that are a blessing to this county. Father, we ask, Lord, that you watch over us and protect us. We watch over, as you watch over us, may we heed your word. Father, we ask, Lord, that I quote the verse of the day from Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31. In the King James it says, "But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint." Father, give us the strength according to this verse as we wait upon you this morning, as we renew our strength through you. Father, we thank you for all that you give us and all that you do for us. Be with us during this time of year. Celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I didn't receive any citizens input. Anybody got anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Consent agenda contains 6 items.
Make the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. Number 7, discuss and take action to approve fiscal year 2024 interlocal agreement with Montgomery County for auto theft task force grant. Chief Whitecotton, you got anything?
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Back before y'all again with the same interlocal agreement with Montgomery County for the auto theft grant position. Nothing's changed anything over the last 9 years that we've been doing it, so we're back here before y'all again, asking for y'all to accept and participate.
That would be my motion then.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Number 8, discuss and take action on purchase of a 2024 Ford F-150 Super Crew from Chastang Ford in the amount of $45,913, as well as allowing the remaining budgeted funds of $24,087 to be utilized for additional upfitting of the vehicle for EMS and logistics use.
Good morning.
Morning, Rachel.
So we were at budget time approved for an additional vehicle. So we would like to purchase a vehicle for our logistics. Chief. He needs a truck so that he can haul around all of our supplies, oxygen, be able to pull the ATV that we just got. He's currently using an old Explorer now, which was our supervisor vehicle. It's way too small for him. And then prior to that, he was using a Tahoe that we got from the sheriff's office, and it needs a new engine. Right now, that's really the only thing we can use to pull the ATV, is that old Tahoe, and it's on its last leg. So we want to be able to get him a truck and then upfit it to where he can respond to calls as necessary. He does go on call outs after hours when we have issues with trucks, crews, big events, things like that. So he's thinking of like a drawer system where he can fit all of his tools, supplies, safely secure oxygen bottles, that kind of thing. So they're just looking to get approval to purchase the vehicle and then use the additional funds for all the additional upfitting.
So are you gonna be turning one in, I'm assuming?
The top, yes, sir. Going back to that option, I guess.
Auction, yeah. Scrap or whatever. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Miss Allen?
Yes, this vehicle was discussed during the budget process, was not actually funded as part of the budget. Court discussed using some special federal funds for this purpose. So the motion would need to include the funding from the federal funds.
Enlighten me a little more then, Ms.
Yeah.
Parrish. Enlighten me a little more, the federal funds.
330,000 plus in federal funds last year. LACDEF, it stands for Local Tribal Consistency Funds. That money, we've received it over a 2-year period. It's not been allocated. So this would be, this could be purchased from those funds under those guidelines that they have. She had asked for 2 vehicles in her original request. When it was discussed, court discussed funding one, and I think in the judge's initial recommended budget, there was 1 vehicle, and then the funding was sourced not from regular operating funds, but from these special funds.
I remember the one vehicle, I just don't remember the rest of it, so.
And these special funds this is a qualified purchase.
Yes, it is. These funds can be used for any government purpose.
Purchasing.
We're good with it.
Okay.
Motion to approve purchase of 2024 Ford F-250 Super Crew from Chastain Ford from that
ACDEF.
LACDF.
DEF.
I'll second that.
You get that, Grant? LACDEF.
LAC.
Did I get that right?
I think it's local and tribal, LAT.
Well, it's T.
Yeah, or close to that.
That's what it's.
I wrote them down when you said them. Okay,
Good deal.
Okay.
Get busy.
I got a motion. You second?
I seconded it, yeah.
All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Number 9, discuss and take action on the purchase of a 2024 Toyota RAV4 from Silsby Toyota by board contract pricing of $30,012.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just here for permission to purchase the RAV4 for SPU. We're given capital funds every 2 years to purchase one vehicle. So that's what I'm here for.
Sounds good to me. I make the motion to approve agenda item 9 as presented.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Law.
Number 10, discuss and take action on establishing the Walker County Annex as a poll place in order to comply with SB 924.
Good morning.
Morning.
The last thing I want to do is add a poll place. I'm sorry. But thank you to the Senate bill. For background, in 2021, Walker County had to create a new election precinct, which is precinct 405. When the statewide redistricting split our county into 2 congressional districts. That congressional district split caused the territory we now call precinct 405 to separate from precinct 403. This area was unable to adjoin any other precinct because all surrounding area was either within an incorporated city, a different commissioner or JP precinct, or now in a different congressional district. Due to the size of precinct 405, which is having less than 100 registered voters, the precinct was combined with precinct 403 under the Texas Election Code, which is now changed due to SB 924. Since there is no suitable poll place in precinct 405, and since we're now countywide, we're recommending the annex be reestablished as a poll place effective immediately. Some of the reasons we considered, of course, the annex was one, the annex was previously a poll place for over 20 years for early voting and election day. Voters would be familiar with it. It's definitely centrally located in town. People come to register their vehicles at that office all the time, every day, multiple times a year. So they're very familiar with it. It is in precinct 1, where both poll places in precinct 1 are rural. So in precinct 1, we have Cook Springs Baptist Church and Northside Baptist Church. All commissioners right now have 2 poll places within their precinct. We have 8 poll places. This, of course, would be number 9, but it's fitting that it would be in precinct 1. One, it would definitely help precinct 1 voters as well as all countywide because of where it's located. Also, in addition, the close proximity to Sam Houston State University, that's always been an issue once we move that early voting over to the storm shelter, which has been a great benefit to all the voters of the county. However, this would also assist when it comes to countywide voting on election day, having it there at the annex as well. And then one of our big concerns that we always have is controlling a county facility or any facility when it comes to a poll place. This would allow us, my office, to at least have a poll place within our same building where we can somewhat control, help, assist, anything that we need to do. And it's a county facility, so we actually know we're guaranteed to have it available to us when it comes election time. We do have some issues when it comes to other poll places, fairgrounds and storm shelter, not so much now, but some churches. We really have to work with them for the community's sake, for us to use their facilities. So we're just looking at the annex, making it a recommendation to reestablish it for a poll place for all the voters of the county.
Okay.
Yeah, you can thank our legislature for this. So, but the only good thing is Diana's got enough equipment to handle it. And we don't have to have the added expense of that.
That was gonna be my question was, did we have enough? Do you see us having to get more? Is that in the twinkle in your eye yet?
Well, we planned the previous court in 2019, when we purchased our voting equipment, we planned on 8 countywide poll places.
Right.
But we also planned on having full 20, at minimum, 20 pieces of equipment at every single poll place. All poll places, let's say Cook Springs, really does not need 20. So we put more at the storm shelter or put more at the fairgrounds than that. So definitely, we can definitely move around the equipment and we'll be just fine adding another poll place. It does concern me a little bit regarding the size of it. But again, I think the advantages are going to override the size of the poll place and that disadvantage that we have.
Yeah, my concern is we're gonna lose one of your 2. That's why I looked down here to see.
Yeah.
if we're gonna
No,
stay
I ain't
there.
losing one. No, fought too hard to get them there, so.
Yeah.
No,
All right, I'll make the motion to approve agenda item number 10 as presented and wish you luck with that.
second.
Moving seconded, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion
Thank you, Donna.
carries. Number 11, discuss and take action on accepting donation from Bill Fig Ford for cert recognition to be coded 105 project funds. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving seconded, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. Number 12, discuss and take action on purchase and installation of automatic hand dryers for all public restroom facilities throughout the county. Larry?
Oh, Lord.
Recently, I was talking with Mr. Suarez over at Clear Result, talking about energy rebates and incentives. He informed me that we had $10,000, up to $10,000 available to us on a straight payback for automatic hand dryers. So we walked through the buildings and we counted up that we could order 13 of those for just over $10,000. We can install them ourselves. And we'd be seeing a rebate check in January for that. This would cut down on anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000 worth of just paper napkins that we put in the trash in the restrooms annually for these buildings. It can cut down on a lot of work for the ladies having to clean the places up too, and then it can help us keep our drain lines clear when we get overloaded with a heavy population. The price that's here is from a company that has a 1 GPA contract. Ms. Cheryl has reviewed that and she's good with the GPA contract.
I know a few years ago, you brought this and we didn't do it then, but what's the feel of, have you talked to the folks that at the annex, the big user places and saw where they were at? I mean, I'm okay. I mean, it's a great thing to save the money or whatever. I think last time it was kind of a chilly reception from the folks, like we don't want that. So what's
It was
the
a
difference?
bit warmer, not as warm as I wanted it to be, but it was a bit warmer reception this time. This is a high quality unit. There's no touch involved in it at all.
Yeah.
And it's very little noise. The main thing that started me down this rabbit hole was problems that we have on high traffic days here at the courthouse with our old pipes overloading and having a large docket upstairs, a large docket downstairs. And We have to bring our snake machines up here during the middle of the business day to clear that out so that we don't have interruptions in those schedules.
And they don't,
They're flushing them.
they're flushing.
They're flushes, yes, sir.
They're clogging up the lines and
Huge,
backing up
huge
into the
lines.
first
Really?
floor. So the first floor people are really happy about this.
Yeah.
Well, how quiet are these things, Larry? Them things are loud.
No, sir. Actually, I don't remember where I was this weekend. I was at a place that had this exact
This
model, and I played with it a little bit. I don't know what the decibel level is, but I'm not going to be able to hear them outside of the restrooms.
Okay.
And we've talked with county court at law and both district courts. Both judges are on board with it. They like the idea of fewer possibilities of interruption.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. It's a wash on the money, or seems to be. What about the maintenance on them?
These come with a 5-year parts warranty. And because if we purchase this, we'd be purchasing directly from a distributor.
Yeah.
We have parts available. I'm asking for 13 of these. I really only need 11 to cover the public restrooms. The other 2 would be installed at the storm shelter and the small handicap restrooms. If we had one break down, we could just pull one from one of those out there that stay locked all the time, switch it out and make a repair, and then reinstall the repaired one out there at the shelter.
Well, I think it's worth a try.
Yeah, I've just never seen one that was worth a dime that dried, but I mean, this is maybe one of them. You end up using, air and towel if they're there. So we'll try it and see.
Let's give it a shot, man. I make the motion to approve agenda item 12 as presented.
Second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. 13, present information regarding fire system at the senior center.
So I received a fire inspection report that was done at the senior center. There were a few small minor items that were taken care of. We took care of those in-house. The one major item that was noted on there was the fire alarm system, which is located in one of the back offices. That fire alarm panel had not been inspected since 2003. And we've discussed before about this fire alarm panel. It's not something that's required by fire code. And I have confirmation through the fire department that it's not required by fire code due to the how many people use the building, occupancy levels. However, I did learn while I was doing this that if we don't want to put a fire alarm system into service over there, we have to remove this one. Otherwise, we'll keep getting failed on the inspections.
So what does this one that's in there now, what does it do? Is it just
Originally,
ringing?
it was a burglar / fire alarm. It had CO2 monitors and heat monitors located in the ceilings. I don't know what the original decision was to stop having it inspected.
So it was active. It worked at one time.
It did work at one time, but I have had API come and look at it. And this panel is not up to modern. If we're going to do that, we're going to have to put a brand new system in that building.
So here's my concern with that. We had one, chose to take it out. Something happens. The first thing that somebody says is, you had one and you took it out and now XXX happened. That part concerns me. There's I think once you kind of buy the cow, you got the cow.
Well, I understand.
When was the last time this worked?
This is what I was going to say. I would worry about it if it had just quit working, but this has been going on how many years, Larry?
Since 2003.
Yeah.
20
And it
years.
probably didn't work before that, if I remember right.
Well,
Before my time with the county.
Well,
What do you got in there now that works?
We have regular residential type 5-year just wall mounted alarms.
I got it saying there's right and then there's dead right. Yeah, we could be dead right and pull it out, but if something goes wrong, you still look bad.
Yes.
So, I'd be more inclined, my personal opinion, to find out bring back the cost of what it would take to put it back online. I'd be interested to see what the thoughts of the senior center people are. There's people that can't hardly get out of their chair in there. And maybe we've just been fortunate. We all buy insurance for our cars and we hope we never have to use it. We assume it works. A lot of people find out their insurance doesn't work after they can get it, something does happen.
Right.
So I'd be more inclined if you were sitting up here with Ms. Lowell together and saying, we researched it, here's this, how many other senior centers have them, how many don't, here's how much it would cost to make it work, here's the pluses, here's the minuses. The fact that we just let it lapse and we're figuring what the hell it's lapsed, let's not worry about it. No, I don't like that at all. I think it's kind of hard to explain yourself away from it.
You looked at the price of replacing.
I have. It's gonna be between $70,000 and $80,000, and that would be for doing an alarm system for the entire building. If we pared it down and we only did it for the occupied area for the senior center, then we'd see a substantial drop in that cost. But I don't have that cost. They provided me with the entire building. That's what they provided me with.
And Larry, that's just for an alarm system. That's not suppression, right?
That's not a suppression system, no, sir.
I know Miss Stacy's here. Would you like to comment?
Well, we will support whatever you decide. I believe that, I think there's liability issues if you just take it out, but they, obviously, if the city signed off on it and y'all do that, then we are precluded as far as that
Liability.
goes. But we do have a suppression system in the kitchen, but it also says it's supposed to be connected to a fire alarm, and it's not, because the fire alarm doesn't work. That won't keep it from working, and we take care of it and have maintained that, and recently replaced the cylinder for a little over $4,000 just earlier this year. So if it starts in the kitchen, we're in pretty good shape probably, but the fire department's not going to be contacted that way. But again, Larry's done work on this, and y'all have seen it. This isn't the first time we've talked about this. So I personally feel like, Commissioner Doggett feels, I feel like it's been there, and all of a sudden you take it out. I think there's some issues, but it's not our call, it's your call. And it currently, the current one that doesn't work is for the whole building, which includes special prosecution, Walker County Housing, and the Veterans Department. So again, those don't fall under my category, but it was, somebody put it in there for a reason, and it covered the whole building for a reason. But again, whatever you do will be okay, as long as we have documentation that y'all made a vote, and that's the way you're going to do it, and so that we can show that to our insurance company. But I don't think I agree with the fire department. You can't have it in there and not work, because it is misleading to everybody that walks through those doors.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, we carry the insurance on the building, right?
Yes, we carry liability.
And y'all carry got like a general liability policy.
Ask us to have, we have, and then more. But yes, you carried them.
Cheryl,
Yes, I have some questions in reference to the fire alarm systems. In my past experience, if this fire alarm system was installed in 2003 and not been working, you're going to spend an astronomical amount of money on bringing it back up to where you can actually find out what is wrong with the system, because normally you have to go in and replace the batteries to get the panel working. And then once you do that, those batteries are around $2,500 a piece. If it's the same fire alarm system, they're just like computers. They're obsolete every 6 months. So this has been out since 2003. You're going to spend a lot of money just to bring it back up to find out what's wrong with it, to replace it. So as far as replacing the whole system, I think it would be better to do that, but I would like to issue an RFP for this process due to the fact, number one, fire alarm systems are Department of Information Resource procurements. We have to go through them and use their vendors preferably, if mandated, of course. But if they cannot provide what we need, then we can go out of the realm of DIR and use a vendor that is local. But I do suggest in doing a site visit to find out, number one, the extent of what we will actually need.
I have had it evaluated, and they're telling me that this is not repairable as it is.
Okay.
And there's no way to bring it up to code.
And that's normally what happens, being 2003, like you say, 20 years old. So as far as that goes, then my suggestion would be to do an RFP to get some competition in and see if we can't get the prices down.
Was that put in when they built the building?
It was original.
How was that building?
So it's at least as old as that system. I mean, it's been there a long time.
Well, it hadn't worked since '03.
Actually,
I
the
want-
last sticker on the thing shows like 1992.
Yeah, I
It
think
was
that's,
discussed here in 2003.
Yeah. yeah, and I've seen the stickers. So the sticker was from, like Stacy said, from 92. So I'm assuming that's when it was somewhere around when it was installed.
You just, I guess I'm confused. You said to bring it up to code, but yet code doesn't, that code says we don't need it. Now, what's the difference? What are we talking codes here?
To bring it up to actual, maybe that was the wrong term, to bring it up to the actual, to proper use, to have it up to
Yeah.
current code. There's no way that this thing can be repaired and be compliant with with the laws that we have now. With-
But earlier you said that it doesn't have to because it doesn't, the code doesn't require it. That's where I'm not
Yes, sir.
following you.
Yes, sir. The code does not require it to be there because of the occupancy levels.
Okay.
The rest of the fire safety systems in there are acceptable. And that was something that the fire department they'd done an inspection. This was the one major thing that they found wrong. So the rest of the building, as far as their area is good as far as the fire departments are. But if we don't, but the stipulation is if we don't take this thing out, then we have to replace it. So it's either remove it and remove the sensors, the wiring and the panel, or have a new system installed. We can remove it and leave it alone, but then we're where Commissioner Doggett was saying earlier.
Well, how about you get with Cheryl? And let's figure a game plan out and then come back and report what that comes out to be. That'll give us two options, or at least two.
At least two.
Whether if we're taking it out, we're fixing it, putting a new one.
Options of a new, and I say, if
Yeah.
the building's cut up in pieces, is there something out there that can be simplified? Not that big. I just don't want to be watching Channel 13 news when we've had 3 elderly people die and they stick a microphone and say, don't you have a fire system? Oh, yeah, we did, but we took it out. There's no way in the world you.
Is it a
cover-
sprinkler system or
No.
just an alarm?
Just an alarm.
It's just an alarm system. The suppression system they have is for their kitchen, their cooking equipment.
So what we're really looking at is the notification to the fire department.
So,
What we're looking at is a notification. It's not gonna put a fire out.
I wouldn't put. a
It's just
fire out.
gonna
It's-
send an
it would be
alarm.
Basically a local alarm. There would be an option for 24/7 monitoring. Of course, that would be a monthly fee and all that, but basically it'd be a local alarm. If there was a fire, then the lights and the sounds would come up and prompt people to evacuate.
So Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, suppression system means these
Right.
sprinklers.
Yeah.
This is
So
suppression.
all it is an alarm going, possible fire. There's nobody screaming or anything. It's just an alarm beeping.
Yes,
So that's all this is.
yes.
And once there's a fire and they take
That's
smoke,
something.
it's not gonna put,
What's the difference
Nothing
in
else.
what we got in there?
But I would tell you from the senior center's perspective, if that fire starts anywhere besides right in the dining room, the more time we have to evacuate people, the better chance we have. Again, that's not really your responsibility, but that's one of the fire alarm, well, I don't know why the fire alarm was originally put in. But if that fire has an opportunity to be anywhere in the building, and if it happened in special prosecution or one of those other offices, we wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
So
We can find out. I think that's an idea of sending it back over here is what are opportunities? I have rental properties where we have smoke detectors in every room and they're all connected. So if one goes off, the entire building goes off. You have to run back to the back room and pull it. So I don't know that we need an $80,000 fix. We have to have something that's public building approved. I understand that part of it, but I'd like to see some ideas.
But we have something in there now that smoke detector, carbon monoxide detector,
We do.
something's gonna go off if something happens
Yeah,
tomorrow.
you've got stuff in place already.
Okay.
Are they hardwired to your, are they
They're not
hardwired to your?
They're the 5-year sets that we just replace them at 4.
I know, but are they battery with a 110 wired in also, or are they just batteries?
No, they're just battery.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's probably not
They're not
even,
linked.
it's not linked. They're not linked and they're not 110 battery backup. So, or 110 voltage backup. So they wouldn't even be in my world, in my rental world, they're not even recognized as fire alarms. So anyway, I think that's what we do, judges. Yeah. Send it back, have a conversation, come back.
That's a discussion on them.
Yeah. All right, Larry, get with Miss Cheryl. Number 14, discuss and take action to purchase a 4,000-gallon water system install ETTS on the Freightliner flatbed for precinct 4, FAS number 13685, using tips cooperative contract number 221001 in the amount of $35,950.
Good morning.
On
So we bought the flatliner flatbed at a very good deal. And now we are turning it into I call it a water truck. And we have we're ready to install it. All we do is need your approval.
What do we pay for the truck?
7,400.
Okay.
This is that one that just come through.
Right. I just want to be careful that we, between the two, go over the 50,000. So, no, I'm good with that. Make your motion, but I think we.
Make a motion to approve item 14 as presented
I'll second.
out of your funds.
from precinct 4 funds.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. 15, discuss and take action to auction concrete at the waste station in precinct 4.
Yes.
That's that pile of rubble that we've had. I brought it to court, to see if y'all wanted any of it. Nobody, no takers. It's time to put it on auction and surplus and get rid of it. And that is my motion to approve item 50.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Number 16, discuss and take action on the reappointment of Rob McCafferty to the Board of Emergency Service District number 3.
So they're up for their 2-year terms, and we're just looking to reappoint them. So I'll make a motion, we reappoint Rob McCafferty to the ESD 3.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. Discuss and take action on the reappointment of Huey Campbell to the Board of Emergency Service District number 3.
Same thing, reappointment of Huey to the ESD board.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. Number 18, discuss and take action on the reappointment of Billy Don Averett to the Board of Emergency Service District number 3.
Just to repeat. So that's my motion.
Before I second, I want to commend those 3 people. They started from ground zero
Yes.
with 10 cents and they lowered their tax rate every single year. So pass that, my thank you along to them. If you will, I'll second your motion. Okay.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Number 19, discuss and take action on pavement improvement plan submitted by Rainier and Sons Development for the Sterling Ridge subdivision.
This road was up for county adoption. And actually we approved it with a few minor, they had some cracking and stuff in it. And we went out and actually Andy, Isabel and I went out there where they had a piece cut out where they were putting a concrete repair in where they just couldn't get the asphalt to set up right. And giving credit where credit's due, Andy noticed that the asphalt in the middle of the street was a little bit thinner than the 2 inches that it was supposed to be. And we went and looked at another place that they had cut out for another repair, and it was just a little bit above 1.5 inches there. So we started visiting with Juan, the superintendent for that project, and asked him if he knew that the standard out there was 2 inches. And he said, yeah, it should all be that way. So based on those 2, I told him we needed to know the whole subdivision, what it was like. So every blue dot that y'all can see on the TV is a core sample from the middle of the road that we took. We took 50 core samples from that entire subdivision. And about, I don't remember the exact number, but it was north of 35, maybe even 40 that were right at 1.5 inches or even a little bit less in the middle of the street. Against the curb, they were fine. but it's like a 4-foot little strip down the center of the road that was 1.5 inches right at the crown. So my conversation with them was the standards for the county is 2 inches of compacted hot mix once it's set up. And they needed to come up with a plan to make that happen if we were going to consider it. So when I told them up front that I don't know if I put the email in here or not, I did not. I wasn't going to have a 4-foot strip cut out of the middle of the street with a patch in it, making it 2 inches thick. I wasn't going to have it 1 inch curb step up like you see when they pave the road against the curb, they're running over against.
Overlay.
Yeah, wasn't going to have that because it was brand new. And I wasn't going to have them pave the whole road and taper the asphalt out to the curb. So it just crumbled at the edge. So based on that, they brought back what I think is a good proposal. They're going to every street that's yellow up there. They're going to mill, like you see them now, grinding the asphalt off against the curb, 1 inch down, 5 foot out into the street. And that's all the way on both sides. And then they're going to come through and put a 1 inch cap over curb to curb. So the roads out there are really good shape. We're really seeing failures except in these 3 or 4 places. So they really held up good for what they were doing, and they've seen most of their construction traffic. So now with this repair, we'll have brand new streets with a nice 1 inch overlay over the entire subdivision, and it'll look nice. It won't look like a patch, and I think we'll be good to go. So I wanted to bring it to the court because the previous action was to approve the roads based on a problem solved that I worked out. But this grew bigger than just, hey, y'all need to seal some cracks and stuff like that. So I wanted to bring back and show it to the court. And if y'all had any comments or questions on it, but I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the pavement plan submitted by Ranier and Son for the Sterling Ridge subdivision.
I'll give you a second, Bill, but this was in the second section?
Yeah. The second, Eddie, or third? 2 and 3 or 3 and 4? Yeah. 2 and 3. Yeah. And there were some that were good.
I don't know.
We did a few at 4. 4 is the one over there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's only one spot in section 4, but everything like Doe Run, Overhill Road, the new entrance, all those roads to the left in that section 4, those were all good. They did those right. And to give them credit, they hired a paving company to come in and do it. And then when we came behind them, they didn't get any pause as far as wanting to make it right. They assumed the paving company had done it, and we're more than willing to come up with a good solution for the whole thing.
Got a motion in a second. You good? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Number 20, discuss the role of ESD 2 District Fire Marshal as it relates to development within Walker County.
I put this on here, and it's not because I'm for it, against it, or whatever. I just don't know enough about it. They've been here twice now I appreciate the information. They said they've been here twice now with developments out of Andy's office that they either the ESD or the fire marshal, somebody had said, well, we think they need to do this, need to do that. Our legal has had a few concerns and stuff like that. So I kind of want to find out what the process is that's going to be put in place, because we have things on the county side that have financial impacts. Like, they get 3 passes at Andy's office, right? 3 reviews, and the 4th time back, they pay all the fees again. So if a person gets caught bouncing back and forth between the fire marshal and Andy, that's a problem. So, and I really don't know what, the general powers of investigate the cause, origin, circumstances of each fire, determine whether the fire was caused by negligent, intentional conduct, and enforce all state, county, and district orders and rules that relate to fires, explosions, or damages caused by a fire or an explosion. So I read that, but then I hear the fire marshal say, well, and that's what bothered me was 2 weeks ago when the guy's doing a subdivision. He's like, well, we're going to talk to him about his fire hydrants, and he hasn't listed his flush valves and stuff like that. And I was like, we don't require that in the county. We don't require fire protections, or we're going to let is the county gonna concede to another authority to say, you as a fire marshal can say you need fire hydrants? I don't know. So I don't, like I said, I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I just don't know what it is. So I need to figure out what is what.
So the ESD to fire marshal, the ESD adopted the International Fire Code. That is what they have the authority over, right? So how that works is like, we go to Blue Bonnet, get recommendations from Blue Bonnet, and typically we look at it and think about it, and we like to get developers' blessing, correct, from Blue Bonnet.
From the,
Yeah, but that's gonna change come January. Because what they're passing in January is a shall.
Right. So for fire protection, the ESD has adopted the fire code. Jimmy is a better orator at this than I am. They're not looking at our streets. They're not looking at our. They don't have any control over what we regulate. Their authority is over the fire code. Okay. So if they look at it and they want, the developers got fire hydrants every 600 feet and they need to be 500 feet, or water line size.
But what I'm saying is, we as a county don't require fire protection. We don't. We say you can drill a well, you can put a well on your property if the water's there. So if a guy comes in with a subdivision and wants to provide water service either by a central water, say he wants a central water plant, he might put a 300 gallon a minute pump and a tank there. And then are we going to say that the ESD fire marshal can come in and say, no, you need fire hydrants every 500 feet and wipe this guy's subdivision out of place of the earth? Are we giving them that much authority? If we are, I need to know where it's from.
The ESD has the authority under the Texas Health and Safety Code to adopt a fire code. And what we're looking at is to inspect. We can inspect everything from structures, appurtenances. Appurtenances are fire hydrants. We can inspect real property. And what we're looking for is for compliance with the fire code. And ESD 2 has adopted a fire code. There is no other fire code regulation. So the county subdivision regulations talk about how to develop, and Andy could go into all of that. There's a lot involved with that, drainage, roads, all of that.
Right.
This is the next level, which is fire protection for these communities. We're on the verge of a whole new wave of development. It's come out of the Houston area. It's coming our way. So the ESD has adopted a fire code. So what we're looking at those plans, we're inspecting for compliance with the fire code. And currently the fire code requires that you have fire hydrants, fire protection water. Now, that doesn't mean that a subdivision developer or somebody that's wanting to do a commercial business office or anything like that, they can submit an alternative instead of fire hydrants, something different. That as long as what the code says, as long as it meets or exceeds the same level of protection. So there are alternatives, but for the most part, yes, it's going to require, if you're going to put 800 homes several miles away from anywhere else, it's going to require a water system fire hydrants. If those fire hydrants are in there, it's important that they be so many feet from a fire hydrant. It affects our insurance rating for all of our residents. If those homes are too far away from fire hydrants, insurance costs are going to go up. We do have now in ESD 2, we have a 4 rating on a scale of 1 to 10. So essentially, probably greater than a 50% reduction in fire insurance for folks that are in our subdivisions and in our communities outside of the city of Waverly because of that insurance rate. So all of this ties together. The fire code itself, it's not part of the subdivision regulations. And I think Quentin may have said it before, we're talking about the subdivision regulations are developing the subdivision, and then we're looking at everything that's going to be built there and being able to protect it, on down the road. Because when we build a subdivision, this is our chance to do it. We're going to have to protect this for the next 30, 40, 50 years till there's major redevelopment. So that's where the fire code comes in. I sent you some examples. I don't know if everybody got it, but they're Williamson County, Travis County. There's a number of counties where there are ESDs in place. They're inspecting plans like this. They're doing all of the same things. They've been very transparent. They have websites up where developers can get all that information. Our goal in partnering with Andy's office would be to have that information available so that a developer doesn't go into a project and say, I didn't know about this until after I had bought the land and started my land plan. I didn't realize this. We want to make that available up front so there are no surprises. Someone's going to develop the land. We're too hot an area. Southern Walker County is going to be developed. If they don't want to develop it and develop it to the fire code, somebody else will come in and they'll develop it to the fire code. That's kind of where we're looking at. But with that, I mean, I'll answer any questions or.
So I still don't know the procedure. Like one of the conversations that come up here has been access roads. I mean, that can change an entire subdivision design. The guy comes into Andy on round one and does his roads, and Andy's like, well, you know, this is fine. Then it goes down there, which I don't know even how it goes down. That's one reason I'm here is, you know, when it comes here, does Andy pick the phone up and say, hey, I've got this? I mean, I don't think that's our responsibility to do that. Or does his road, if his road conflicts with our standards, who gets to win? You know, who says, yes, that's, no, you can't, yes, you can, kind of a deal. At what point does fire protection step in? Do you have a criteria? If I have 5 lots in a row that are 2-acre tracts that I sell them, is the ESD and fire marshal going to say, oh, you need to run a fire protection line? You need to run a 6-8 inch water main and provide fire protection for these 6 lots. That's $1 million. That's not going to happen. That just won't happen. So do you have a criteria? Do you say we regulate subdivisions above X size or after so many homes in a subdivision or what? I don't like the idea of somebody just being able to say, yeah, you need to have fire protection here, or no, you don't. And you're like, well, what's the difference? Well, you have 5 lots, you have 7. So it can't be that way. Everything has to be, you know, blocked out. So I'm all for better development. I mean, I say that a lot up here, and y'all are trying to make that happen. I just don't want it to be development killing. We've already taken lots that could have been 80 feet across that you could divide over on a 250-foot piece of land. You could have 3 lots sharing the cost of the development. We made that 2 lots now. So if it's, you know, you're going from a 2-inch line to an 8-inch line with fire hydrant, that's a significant cost that's going to change your development process. So I don't know what gets me settled with it, what gets me resolved and saying, okay, we have a good process. I don't think we have a good process. I don't know. Do the developers know when they come up here, hey, this is going to be 10 houses. I need fire protection. It's going to be 2 houses. I need fire protection or I don't. So barring all of that, I don't like that part.
And that's a great example, I think, of why we need to work together. Because there is an alternative proposal process. There are alternative means of doing that. I'll give you an example, because I work and I do this same job. I work part-time for New Waverly and I'm assistant. Chance would be here, but he's teaching in Dallas this week. So I do this all the time. We work with a county engineer. We work with private engineers doing land plans. And maybe it's a small subdivision, like you said, 5 or 6 luxury homes, and there's an amenity pond. And maybe that amenity pond has the water that can do the fire protection. That's an alternative. Businesses can do a water tank that would provide enough water if their business were to catch on fire. That's done all over the state of Texas.
I see those in Montgomery County.
You see them all over. If you go up in the hill country, you'll see them a lot. But if you're building 500 homes or 1,000 homes in a subdivision, then maybe amenity ponds aren't an acceptable alternative proposal. So that's where that process would go. Another great example, like you talked about, the second ingress, emergency ingress, that's in the fire code. It's also in the subdivision regulations. They actually mirror each other. But that's a great opportunity. If we were working together with Andy's office, when they go to Andy's office, they know here's everything. Okay, it's a smaller subdivision. This is going to be a problem. I'm going to go ahead and submit my alternative proposal. they get that passed through, then when they go back, they've got it, one trip, everything is done. And I think that's, if we don't work together, exactly what you brought out is going to happen. They're gonna go through, think that they've got it ready to go, and then they're gonna come through and start bringing it to us. We're gonna inspect their plans, and we're gonna see that they have an issue that hasn't been addressed. It would be, I believe it'd be much better for everybody involved, right up front. Here's everything. We're under a fire code. Trust me, every one of these developers know about this fire code. It's not different from being used everywhere else in the state of Texas. They know about it. So if you say, hey, this is the fire code in this ESD where you're developing, and if others do it in the future, it'll be the same, but here's our subdivision regulations. There's also an ESD fire code, and they're going to trigger right there. Okay, I need to get my engineer working with him. Let's come up with an alternative that works for everybody. And that's part of our original submission. And when it goes to Andy's office, it's a done deal. The alternatives have been worked out. Everything's good. So instead of finding out after we have, maybe work started, we've seen that recently. We've seen that where work started without even plat approval, and playing catch up is tough. And I know it's tough for you guys.
And all the ESDs really ask for is when somebody comes to Andy, says, I'm thinking about this, Andy's got a list, you need to contact Chico Energy, TxDOT, Blue Bonnet, there's a list.
We have other agencies that we give out, and it includes everybody, Corps of Engineers, TCEQ, the potential. Not all, it's not exhaustive because there doesn't exist such a list. There's so many agencies across the United States that require permits. Can't possibly list them all, but the ones that come up the most often, we provide that list. They just sign acknowledging that they're aware that those entities exist. We put the potential permits categories on there, and we're preparing that sheet to update as of last court. We've got their contact information now to update that sheet so that they're listed on that sheet along with all the other agencies. That, however, wouldn't act to stop an approval. That just is a notice, right? So in the current code, under section 3.41, it says that all plat applications should include necessary approvals from other governmental agencies, but then it puts the responsibility on the developer to identify what approvals they need. The only one that the code specifically requires that they provide us in writing, because I think at the time the code was written, we were sure that these needed to happen 100% and when they would need to happen, is it requires that the Texas Department of Transportation has to provide written approval for accesses that are being accessed off of state roads. So we require a written approval, a letter or an email, something from TxDOT saying, yes, those accesses are approved for that subdivision before we'll approve a plat, because it's in our policy that says we require that. We don't have such a requirement for these other agencies, like, for example, Corps of Engineers or TCEQ or ESD or Fire Department or any of those. Not that the court couldn't consider adding that, but it's not right. The closest we come is we do require approval for private subdivisions under section 8.10 of access gates. So we tell them you need to go to the fire department, the responding agencies, and have them review your access gate before you build it, right? Because that's the main people who need to get in is the ambulance, the fire truck.
We did that years ago as part of the master plan.
So we do have a requirement for private subdivisions where a gate's going to be constructed that they have those looked at by the responding agencies. But that's it. That's the closest our current code comes. If we wanted to say we want to approve a plat or as part of the application, in order for the application to be considered complete, you need to submit in areas of ESD2 a letter of no objection from the ESD referencing the plan set. It would have to reference the plan set. So we know that the plan set we're reviewing is the same plan set that they reviewed, right? So referencing the plan set is a requirement of the application, then my view is that would need to be added by court into the policy. We need to be able to enforce that.
But you do have a section there that says for other government Because the ESD has a government.
Yeah, no, that, we put them on notice that if there are other permits out there they need to get, that our policy, any approval in our policy specifically says acceptance of an application for Walker County does not waive any responsibility or requirement of compliance for any outside agency. So the fact that they submit, and even if we approve, and then they go to the ESD and say, oh, well, the county already approved it, we don't care what y'all think. If they have statutory authority to enforce their code, and that's where I get a little murky, because I don't know, he knows better than that. I know my side, he knows his side.
And we'll get there, and that's kind of, it'll happen, but it's going to be more of a difficult process if it gets passed and to us, and then where I'm offering is the way, what I've seen it work, and I go back to Williamson County, I think they've really got it going on the best. They work with their county, their county engineer, they have subdivision regulations. A developer can go in there, he applies online. He sees the status of his application online. He sees when it's approved online. All of that's done. We're going to try to work to do exactly that. We're going to be totally transparent. And we get all of that done. So when they come through here and you approve a plat, a new subdivision, it's done. It's a one-time deal. It's going to be done right. Now, there's going to be some smaller ones that are going to require some creative thinking. And we know that's going to happen because we're going to see some of those tanks like you talked about. There's alternative means of doing it. But again, when we're talking about the larger subdivision developments that we're seeing and fixing to see, they need to have fire protection water and it needs to be there. They need to have emergency ingress. Our wildfire season, I'll say this, we had a great response during our wildfire season. The best thing we had going for us, those major wildfires went through undeveloped area. Put them in a developed area and what the difference it would have been. Having enough water to protect a subdivision, a large fire like that. We were fortunate that they traveled in undeveloped areas. In our community, we have a lot of undeveloped that's fixing to be developed very quickly. And that's why we're going to get it done right. We're committed to working with you, with Andy's office. We will do whatever it takes. We're small enough. We can pick up the phone, send an email, do whatever it takes. And we're committed to do whatever it takes to be part of the team to make sure it's done right. First time, easy, most information possible for the developers.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, Jimmy.
That's all I can offer really is our commitment to be transparent.
What I want to be clear about is our office doesn't pretend to be the arbitrator of when those other permits are required. For example, developer comes in and says, I don't need Army Corps of Engineers permit for this. I'm not an expert on when a wetlands permit is required and when it's not. That's the developer's responsibility. I'm not an expert on when an ESD permission is required. That's also the developer's responsibility. So all we, at this point, at this level, what we're trying to do is create awareness with that sheet, right? That these agencies exist and potentially you may need a permit for one of these agencies. We're not trying to be the arbitrator of whether you need it or not. That's the developer's responsibility. That's the business they've chosen to be in. They need to make themselves aware of the regulations that they need to meet in order to be in that business. And I think if there's an ESD in place, they need to make themselves aware of whatever the ESD requires from them as well. I don't have any objection to us providing that information as a help to try to put them on the radar so that if a developer's not aware of ESD exists, at least now they're aware, right? But if you move beyond that, then my suggestion to the court would be to consider a letter of no objection. That way we're not really weighing in on the approval process and all that kind of stuff. We're not getting into the weeds on fire code. If they say thumbs up, we move on and we put the letter of no objection in the file and down the road. Right?
Okay, hold it right there. So that's where I've got the problem. So
well, I'm not suggesting.
No, I understand, but this is the potential problem. See, I mean, we allow them 3 reviews, and after the 3rd review, it goes back to a percentage of the construction cost on the 4th.
Yeah, do you have
and that is not. So if Jimmy's bunch and them can't get along, how are we holding the developer up and charging him more because?
So just so you understand the way I see it, okay, it would be no different for them than it would be for the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
Let's say they needed a wetlands permit. Okay, let's say they needed a special permission from TCEQ on sand and gravel. Let's say they needed approval from a pipeline company whose they were crossing the roads. And they had to submit plans multiple times to those agencies to get them approved. They could wait, they have a couple options. They could wait to submit plans until they knew that Jimmy's group was good with it, and then turn in their first submittal, right? They could do a preliminary set of plans to us and to him, get comments on both, satisfy their agency before submitting the second time. There's a number of ways they could work through that. Is it potential to slow the project down? Yeah, every person that touches a project can slow the project.
Well, and I think that's where Bill's going with it. Are we gonna be the ones that hold up the project because they can't get their other loose ends tied up?
Yeah, to be clear today we are not. So today, if somebody applies, we're adding them to our sheet so that they're signing that they realize they exist. If they ignore them, move forward with the project, right? We don't copy them on every application we get. We have no formal process of communication with them. We will just proceed with the project, right? And we will go and meet our codes, our floodplain development code, our on-site wastewater code, and our subdivision regulations that we enforce. They meet all those, they'll get approval from us on all those. And then they may show up and knock on the door and say, yeah, you got all those approvals, but you didn't get ours, right? And now you're gonna have to undo some of the stuff, which
Well, then that's what's gonna happen.
is a pain in our neck. Because if we have an approved application, it's based on plan set. And if the plan set changes, they've got to reapply.
They've got to reapply.
That's where I was kind of saying.
And that's where the conflict's gonna be.
If we can work this out ahead of time, that's where it's going to become a problem. Let's just say a great example. They get an approval. There's not a second ingress. It doesn't meet the fire code requirements. And then it comes to us and we say, well, you've got to have this. So they amend their plans, come back. You guys got to go through it again. Why not knock all that out? Do it right off the bat. We don't have a formal relationship, but we can put a very simple, again, we're small, we know each other. We can put something simple together. So when they submit and when you make that motion to approve that plat, you know, it's not coming back to me because they had to add something or change something once they got done there and started building. Worst case scenario, when they start pouring concrete, it's a little hard to fix some of that. You know, so.
All it is, I won't pretend to the board that every time you get another agency involved in anything, it doesn't create many ping pong matches, because it always does. I mean, with TxDOT, it could be similar. They do a plan set, right? TxDOT looks at it. They submit the plans to us. We look at the plans. We're fine with it. Contingent upon get TxDOT approval. TxDOT comes back and says, nope, not here or here, here and here. So then they've got to go revise the plans, submit them back to us, because now we haven't approved the plans that TxDOT approved. That is true. And every time you add a layer of review, that's what occurs. That's the headache of being a developer, right? That's what they make the big bucks for, is getting all those approvals and knowing what approvals they need to get and managing all that. I'm not saying we don't do anything to make it better, but I don't think there's any way to totally eliminate it, right? There is going to be some. County was fine with it, but he's not. Now he is, but we're not, right? Because they may change something. Now, hopefully, what mitigates this is they have a professional involved who knows both codes and knows how to draw plans up that meet both codes. That's the hope, right? Sometimes that works. Sometimes that doesn't.
And that's where getting that information out initially to that PE that's doing that land plan. That information, he knows he's got to meet both of these. I work with these guys all the time. I mean, they got my phone number. We call each other, and I get, I probably got emails this morning about it. But that's the way we do this kind of stuff, is we work together. The fire code is very little. There's not a whole lot to do. A few things that need to be looked at. Be pretty quick. We're not a state agency that takes weeks to review something. If we know one's there and it's a rush order and we can get through, we'll get it looked at. Yes. And I think the letter of no objection would be the best way to go in the long run, but however it takes us to get there. And what I'm looking at is when you guys do it, you're done with it, you know it's right. Because I'm not just thinking ESD2, ESD1, ESD3 in the future may want to do something similar. And so we're building this process for everybody as the whole county continues to develop. We can do it right now, make it simple. I just want you guys to feel comfortable when you vote, it's not gonna come back to you for something else. And I can see that being an issue. If we start bouncing, then it really will delay a project.
So this would only cover subdivision regulations, also do development permitting and also wastewater permitting on buildings.
Yes.
Well, and if you guys want something over there, then we would have to go into those regulations and add an approval requirement there. Okay, so say, Andy, don't approve a development permit unless they have a no objection letter from DSD, right? And so I'm not saying that you guys couldn't get there. I'm just saying I think you got some code changes to make if you want to get there. I'm not telling you what to do, right? You know me. But the last thing is this. If we move toward this, right, understand that there will be some amount, especially if they're using two different contractors to look at their plans, and that's not atypical. That there may be a little back and forth created by it because they're trying to meet two different sets of regulations, right? And generally what you do to meet two different sets of regulations is that you go to whatever the most stringent requirement is and meet both sets of regulations. But right now, today, just so everybody's on the same page, I get an application in my office for a new building. I don't send it to them. I haven't been told to send it to them. My code doesn't say send it to them. Right. Okay. I will typically try to mention to client, to people that apply, hey, if you're in that area, you're doing commercial or industrial, hey, you know there's an ESD over there, you probably should go at least talk to them, right, about your project. I'm trying to do that sort of as a in-between measure, but I can't require it. My code doesn't require it. I can't say if you don't do this, you're not getting your permit. My code doesn't allow me to do that unless I get some additional guidance from. That's where I am today. We are adding as a sort of workshop-ish direction that their line item into our other agencies list. So we got their contact information last week, and that's going.
I can tell you that
it's going into the
something we ought to look forward to is a one-stop type permitting shop. I think that's something you won't find a builder or contractor developer that doesn't tell you he likes that. You know, one place. I go to one place. We can do it different ways. If it were a situation where we came here once a week and we reviewed plans, you know, we inspected, you know, we're going to have apartment complexes. We're going to have all of these other places come in. There's development regulations, and then there are fire protection regulations. A big booming business in our area is going to be senior citizen care. Retirement homes are popping up all over the area. So those are going to be built in our community. We're going to see some because we've got healthcare. We've got everything they want. They're going to be building them. So we need to work together. If work toward a one-stop shop would be the best way to do it. And our commitment would be is we would partner in that in whatever way worked out best. If it was coming here, working tight, you know, being in a good relationship with their office, we're committed to doing that.
That would be a level beyond even what I've discussed. So
Right.
The theory there is the application gets submitted to our office for both our permits and theirs. We receive it, then provide it to them, whichever way we come up with for their review. And that way we become their interface with the public. But that requires a lot of things to happen at y'all's level. And that'd be more of a Quentin discussion about, you know, interlocal agreement or how that gets worked out.
That would require someone.
But maybe we start with the checkbox to say they're down there. Visit how to make a letter of no objection thing happen as a part of, I notified the fire marshal and here's a letter of no objection. Maybe we start, so with the letter of no objection from the fire marshal means the plans are not going to be altered at your office anymore then, right? That's what that means, right?
It's kind of like when we deal with the city. The city
Quentin,
has,
hold
we have a,
on. Quentin,
Jack is getting ready to have it back there.
So adding them to the checkbox treats them like any of the other governmental entities that they currently, as a developer, have a responsibility to address. I'm 100% in favor of that. I don't know I have concerns about the county sharing the developers information with any, not just the ESD bylaw, but with any other governmental entity. That should not be done by the county. That should be done by the developer, who has a duty and responsibility to make sure that he's meeting all these codes, and he's gonna sign off on that when he submits it to the county. I've checked with them, I'm good. If the developer's not telling you the truth, that's on the developer, and we'll address that at that point. And any additional expense or delay is on the developer. And so there, if you start accepting letters of no objection or objection as a requirement for your decision, you have inadvertently ceded authority that is statutorily assigned to you. Some authority you have can be ceded, some can't. I haven't researched this specific authority, but the statutes make it really clear this is you. And as the ESD has pointed out repeatedly, they're not talking about subdivision regulations, they're talking about buildings, structures, and things of that nature. And so start with the checkbox, put it on the authorities there. You can have some more discussion with ESD and any of the other governmental entities about turning the county into this one-stop shop that is going to require a significant number of legal documentation in order to make that work. And but I hesitate at any letter of no objection being a requirement in your subdivision at this point, unless it is statutorily required. And that's not the case with most of the TCEQ, federal wetlands, things of that nature.
What do we do in areas that are in the city of Huntsville's ETJ that do that? Do they have a review of that? City of Huntsville, is there a letter of no objection from the city of Huntsville if it's a subdivision within their ETJ? Do they review it?
Currently, the county and the city by law are required to have an interlocal agreement. And that interlocal agreement that controls everything inside the.
And that's kind of where I'm going is we have an interlocal agreement. I say we, the county, has an interlocal agreement with the city.
And
could we do that with the ESD?
The significant difference between the proposal here and the one with the city is you are required by law to have the one with the city.
Right.
This would be a voluntary thing that involves, you know, a lot of negotiation and consideration. Your duty as a commissioner's court, it's clear, you have subdivision authority and responsibility. And so you have to be cautious about inadvertently ceding away that authority. For instance, let's suppose that you get a developer who turns in a plan to you, you've got no problem with it, but the fire marshal, for whatever reason, does, and he submits to you a letter of objection on this. What are you doing at that point? Are you gonna let the fire marshal control what you decide? And if you decide to ignore the fire marshal letter of objection, have you incurred liability for that?
Because what I would do is if you had it in your code, I would bring it to you as a variance to not require it. And then, like Quentin said, now you're on the record saying we're not gonna require it in this case.
And those are concerns for me. That's why I would prefer that you not seek those kinds of letters. Informal commentary is one thing, official letters is different.
So maybe a baby step is checkbox.
Checkbox is already,
It's done.
pushed
Yeah.
forward. That one should go out this week.
What I could suggest to you if we want to, I think that ultimately this is going to become a discussion as other ESDs do it, or if you look at maybe whatever you do in the future, but we can start out, we'll make certain if it's anything that needs to be discussed, we'll be present here. If there's a new plat, obviously we're going to know about most of them. We're going to know what's going on. So again, our commitment is we want to do it, make it as easy as possible, get that information out there, be as transparent as possible. And I think an interlocal agreement is something we can work on in the future, but let's get comfortable with each other working on this. there's no hidden agenda. We're just trying to do it.
I
right.
understand that part, yeah, okay. Jimmy, I appreciate you coming up.
I got some questions. So on the, well, I know we talked about our mass gatherings and fire marshal. What happens when the county hires a fire marshal? Do we have
So
I know that's different on what we're talking about,
the question is.
but is that,
Great question.
are we gonna be able to say, well, ESD 2 or 1 or 3 has a fire marshal, does ours overrule?
So Judge, all the case law and all the AG opinions are all uniform. An ESD fire marshal is essentially, for lack of a better term, low man on the totem pole.
Okay.
If there is a municipal code that is different than the fire marshal's code, municipal code trumps. If the county appoints a county fire marshal, then that wipes out the ESD fire marshal. So that's, you know, at this point, the only fire marshal we have inside in the county, outside the cities, is ESD 2. And so inside of their ESD, the restriction of their portion that covers inside of Waverly, he gets to make, you know, he's making the decisions. But if the county appoints a fire marshal, that's the new person that makes the decision.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I've kind of run through it because I've dealt with this a lot and I've read the law a lot. He's right, the investigation part of it, for example, the arson investigation. If the county were to appoint a fire marshal and any investigation records that the ESD have would go to the county fire marshal, they would no longer investigate fire. It would be the county fire marshal. The ESD fire code could still be enforced, but only to the level of a county fire code. So if the county adopts a fire code, Williamson County, Travis County is another great example of it. They adopted a county fire code, but the ESDs individually enforce it for the county through interlocal agreement.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. What, isn't it easier just to put a fire code, cover the whole thing in our?
You could, and then that becomes the code that is enforced by the other
Right.
fire marshal. They can't, any conflict goes to the county as opposed to the individual fire marshal.
Yeah.
So this is ESD 2 right now trying to get ahead of this development wave. As this wave continues, that's something I think either you're going to be looking at ESD 1, ESD 3, maybe the county. You decide you want to do something more. Everything we're building right now is going to become part of that process. But he's right. We do a county fire code, county fire marshal. That's going to take a lot of those processes. Again, the ESD will still help. The ESD will, you know, do whatever it takes. Our only goal, give our firefighters the ability to protect these subdivisions and these new developments, these new homes, apartments, businesses, whatever it's going to be, you know, for the next 30, 40 years. That's what we're looking at. Great questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Number 21, discuss and take action to approve amended Seth agreement with Huntsville Lions Club. This is, we updated this agreement and it says on the purpose, Huntsville Lion Club shall use the Seth grant funds as reimbursement for purchase. We added that in. I drug my feet on getting all our applications in and they had already spent their money. So when they turned in receipts, they'd already spent the money. So we had to put in reimbursement.
Okay.
To get the funds to them. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. 22, discuss and take action on the reappointment of Kimberly Kimbrough to the Blue Bonnet GCD Board of Directors. This is reappointment. That's my motion. Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Discuss number 23, discuss and take action on reappointment of Ryan Canada to the Blue Bonnet GCD Board of Directors. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. 24, presentation from D.E. Shaw Renewable Investments representative regarding proposal of Pontywood Solar LLC solar farm development and tax abatement application submitted to Walker County.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There you go. You want a handout or this?
I got one already.
Perfect. Andrew Summerall here. I'm with Desiree D. Shaw Renewable Investments.
I'm Evan Warren with Ernst & Young. I'm their tax consultant.
Yeah, so I had met with you guys earlier this year, just kind of giving you a heads up, saying we were working on a project in the area, wanted to introduce ourselves and the project. Also let you know that we would likely be coming forth to to work with you guys on a tax abatement once the project had matured. We've been working hard on this project over this past year, and it's matured well, and so we've officially submitted a 312 tax abatement with you guys, and wanted to talk once again, just update you guys on the project, kind of where we're at, and how we'd be looking to work with you guys here potentially. So go to the next slide. So just once again, overview. Desiree, we're a American owned and operated renewable energy company. We own roughly, well, between what's operating and under construction, nearly 11 gigawatts of projects. As far as land goes for solar, that's nearly 100,000 acres of land that we're operating on and owning and operating. We've been around since 2010. We have offices in multiple locations across the US, and we're focused on building solar and wind projects across the US. Let's see, we can go to the next slide here. Next slide just shows really kind of where a lot of our projects are located. We have a couple of projects in Texas, along with the project we're here talking with you guys today, and then along a lot in the Southeast as well, and then various spots across the US. And so the project here that we are developing in Walker County is Piney Woods Solar Project, 150 megawatts, which in terms of size, it's nearly 1,500 acres of land that we have optioned with 2 landowners. That's off of Highway 30 east of town here, in Lyra Road there. And the project would essentially sell energy to someone like Entergy, who is a big utility in the area that we have a great relationship in talking with. And as far as timeline and everything, construction could start as soon as, I think realistically, Q4 of next year. We could potentially push it up to Q3, but a lot would have to happen for that to happen. And so we're pushing this project along. We've done a lot of studies on the land and engineering, permitting studies to understand just kind of the different characteristics to develop the land. And then as well, talking with EPCs on who's going to build the project and O&M operators who would be able to operate it, and just kind of understanding everything that goes into the nuts and bolts of this project. And yeah, with that as well, as far as jobs go, during the project's construction, we're looking at 250 to 350 jobs that would happen. That construction timeline is roughly 1.5 to 2 years that the project will be built. Once the project is built, there is 1 to 2 full-time jobs along with other operation and maintenance, so part-time jobs that are associated with the project as well. That's the general overview of the project. Happy to answer more questions on that as needed. I don't know if.
Yeah, I could touch on some of the financial highlights as well. So again, just by way of introduction, Evan Horn with Ernst & Young. And again, while Andrew and his team are kind of working on putting the nuts and bolts of the project together, right? Establishing site control, whether that's leasing the land, getting purchase options, whatever, and doing some of their studies. Kind of once it gets past the phase of them understanding, is this an actual project that we're going to continue to invest in? Obviously, then we start to look at kind of the broader project financials as well. And one of the biggest components, it's the largest annual operating expense for a solar farm in Texas, is property taxes. So as again, once we do that, then we start evaluating, okay, what is that expense going to be? And then sitting down with, Commissioner Scorts, just like y'all, talk about potential tax abatements. And so while it is the biggest expense to us, it's probably also the biggest tangible benefit that the county will see as well, right? So for a project of this size at 150 megawatts, what you'll see in the application, what that means to hitting your tax rolls is about $135 million. So there could be 1 year, it kind of depends on when construction starts, right? Depending on how early if they do start construction in 2024, what kind of physical deliveries of equipment that they might see during 2024. So you may see something on your tax rolls as early as 2025. If there's any delays past January 1st of 2025, then you may looking more like 2026. But again, there's kind of that straddle year, right, where you may have tens of millions of dollars of investment to consider to tax. Again, kind of at its peak value at this 150 megawatt size of about 135 million. You know, what that results in over about a 35-year period, that's what the, you know, kind of the lease terms are that we have here, and what the expected operating life of a PV solar farm is about 35 years. So we're projecting across all of the taxing jurisdictions, even after a possible tax abatement with the county, of almost about $19 million in taxes. Way that we want to say to kind of frame that up is just kind of to compare what they're currently taxing on it right now, right? On that 1,500 acres, over a 20-year period under its agricultural uses right now, all of the jurisdictions only generate $12,000 in taxes, again, kind of compared to that 20 million. And the rollback taxes that the jurisdictions, including yourselves, could collect, that 1 year of rollback taxes is equivalent to almost 6 times the amount of taxes that you would collect over that 20-year period. So again, property taxes are, you know, a big driver here, obviously to the school district as well. But just wanted to kind of give you a sense of scale on kind of what this project could mean from a property tax perspective if this location is chosen to be built.
Y'all got any questions? Me and Ronnie's been talking about this. We got the whole paperwork. We just want to see how y'all feel. Y'all have questions. We're going to start meeting with them. Throw this out there as a
we're getting
broad
zero.
range of.
Yeah, we're getting zero now. When y'all move on the land and you're leasing it, I saw one picture with elevated with sheep and goats running around. I saw another one, looks like they're laying flat on the ground. Does the landowner, I know he loses his ag exemption, but does he lose use of the property? Also, do all the animals leave and y'all move in? Is that what happens there?
Yeah, so basically, once we start construction, we're gonna fence off the entire area that actually has energy producing on it. And they're not gonna be farming, or as this land, there's some cattle grazing. There's not gonna be any cattle on there or anything like that. It's strictly gonna be for energy use.
Okay.
And yeah, that picture that had the panels on the ground, that's simply construction, just to show what it looks like while we're building a project.
All right. All right, and I mean, I think we're getting zero for it now. At our level, and I guess generally in the state of Texas also, you know, we don't get the $20 million windfall doesn't come to us and we get to go buy fancy new everythings. But what it does do is it pushes down the tax burden for the rest of for our community, because we have to hold 3% growth. And if we have more than that, when we shove the taxes down. So a benefit for our people would be maybe a reduction in their property taxes as this thing ramps up, we would see it down. So I'm interested to see.
Don't make no promises you can't keep.
Well, I'm not. What I'm saying, that's what happens. Let's say, you know, if they show up with $10 extra million per fund in 1 year, you have a great year. We don't get to keep $10 million. We get to keep 3% above our rate, and then everything else we have to push down. So I think it's something to look at. I'm good for it.
It's definitely something to look at. But our abatement policy falls back on employees. So, I mean, how are y'all going to justify qualifying for an abatement if you're not keeping employees here?
Yeah, so we'd have to ask for a variance from that, right? From the way that your guidelines are currently set up, right? Even at these two, right? It wouldn't meet those, but I think there's a variance provision in there. It lets the court consider other things beyond that. Again, there's other terms that we could, you know, work through, whether it's a 381 agreement, or we could even do pilot payments as well, that you've seen a lot of counties have started to do, that kind of helps you balance those tax rate considerations as well. So again, I think there's some options that we could do. I think all that we're asking at this point is just accept the application for consideration, and then we can come up, to see if there is, an amicable way for us to either change the guidelines, approve a variance, or, use another type of agreement to accomplish what we're trying to get done.
Andy?
I have two questions. You mentioned peak value at 135 million.
Yes, sir.
Is that for the facility?
Yes,
And your peak is based on what?
that is just kind of the expected CapEx, right? So the hard costs associated with it, so the solar panels themselves, the mounts, the rackings, the substation.
Not necessarily the value. Of investment.
Exactly.
Yes,
Value or investment?
Our cost to build the
Cost.
project.
yes.
So value may be exceed 135 million.
Maybe, the state legislature is actually, there's actually a statute in place that says how the appraisal district has to value solar farms. It's really kind of unlike any other type of property. Whereas, if you've got your residential homes or even land, right, they can use recent sales, they can use income information and other things to determine the value. Basically, there's statute in place that solar farms have to be valued only using the cost basis. So that's why when we understanding as the Desiree was projecting what the total cost of the project is,
Separate them.
that is how we're translating it to values for the appraisal.
Second, at the end of the lease,
See the application.
are you gonna return the property?
Exactly.
Andy, come up here closer. I can't hear you. At the end of the lease, are you returning the property? I mean, assuming you don't extend the lease, you just return the property back to pre-condition to be available for additional development?
Exactly. That's a great question. So how it works is that we will put a bond in place with the landowner that essentially says the cost will have a third-party consultant come out and say the cost to reclamate this land back to how it was is X amount of dollars. And then we put a bond in place with a bank that says, if this project ever stops producing energy for, I think it's either 6 months or a year. After that, the landowner is then able to pull that bond and reclamate the land back to what it was, and it's generally in the multi-million dollars. That being said, we are also obligated per the contract to reclamate it ourselves. So at the end of the project, what will actually happen is we will come in and reclamate it, put it back, make sure it's still landowner's liking, and then we'll walk away. That bond is just there in place if for anything that came about during the life of the project unforeseen, it's just a benefit to the landowner.
Last question, and you guys may already know the answer to this. The power that it generates, tax at point of use, not point of sale, point of production, right? There's no tax on, sales tax at point of production. The sales tax is at point of use.
Yes, yeah, because under the manufacturing exemption, the production of electricity is exempt from sales tax. Yeah.
Justin, you got anything on this?
No, at this time, I'll just hear what these guys have to say.
Okay.
That is Mid-South Electric Cooperative Service areas.
Are y'all buying, selling, trading part of it?
No, I haven't had a discussion with these gentlemen yet.
Okay.
Love the truck.
That's fine.
Anybody got anything else?
Andrew, what was your last name?
Sumrall, SUMRALL.
I'm assuming you are just in the negotiations.
Yeah, we're fixing to start. I just want to get y'all's feedback before we start.
Is it attached to anything? Does it have a county road? Did it go through?
It butts up to Wire Road and then Highway 30.
Wire Road 30?
So the substation is gonna be on Wire Road and then it comes and jumps across Highway 30. Right at Ebenezer Cemetery through the river before McGarry Creek. So that western edge is McGarry Creek. And the eastern edge is right there at Ebenezer, across from Did Lake.
Okay. So what about residents around it?
Yeah, what about them? They're there.
So how are we gonna appease those residents for this project?
That's what we got to work out.
We want to work with you guys, and there's ways for us to impact the community, much less by building vegetation buffers to where anything they see from their house, they're going to be looking at 10, 15 feet of local vegetation. They're not even seeing these panels. So we want to work with you guys, with the community to make sure this is least impactful as possible.
And especially during the construction period, right? Getting a road use agreement, you mentioned impacted county roads and doing other things, that's gonna be, through discussion and coordination with y'all, right? Just so that everybody understands if there's gonna be roads that are impacted, right? What the developer and the owner of the project's responsibility is to return those roads to the same or better condition.
What are you're gonna have a substation, what are you gonna connect it to? Is there already a high line running through there that we're not seeing on this map?
Yeah, so there's a relatively new,
It's
138 kV line that you can basically see that out there, looks like a pipeline, that's a transmission line. And so that's a transmission line that will be tapped, and then a new substation would take place within this boundary inside.
Okay. So you've already got some of the infrastructure already there.
So that infrastructure there, unfortunately, is not, so the transmission line, yes, that is already there. As far as the substation, it's a new substation. The one that's currently there isn't big enough to support this project, so we have to build it.
What Energy's line or Mid-South?
That's an
Energy's.
transmission line, mid-south substation at the top of those little
Yeah.
boxes there. There's a little white dot. You can see that's where our
Right.
substation.
Okay. I know what
It's
that's.
sufficient
Yeah.
for our needs.
Sprinkles place.
I'm
You got
looking forward to the
anything?
conversation.
Keep conversing with them.
All right,
Get everything we can out of them.
be in touch.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right, planning development number 25, discuss and take action on Michael Durr request for variance to section B 2.2 of the Walker County subdivision regulations regarding lot depth to width for Michael Durr 30.14 acre tract subdivision plat number P 2023-048 and the Mel M. Collard Survey A10 on Jones Road and Quandraza Road. Andy?
Supplemental. Turned in.
Allie, are they on Zoom?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can we hear them? Let's check that before we start going.
Morning.
Maybe you can give,
Michael Durr.
maybe you can carry your name.
Matt Tucker, Texas Professional Survey.
You got Michael Durr. online?
Like,
You guys can hear me? I'm here.
Yes, sir.
page. Okay. So someone. It's not survey. So there was some concern last quarter, about the location of the property line in relation to the fence on the edge of right of way. And so, Texas Professional has provided some additional, drawings, and they're here to talk about that, with the court answer questions. You have the sort of the most zoomed in drawing is that third page drawing that was submitted, to kind of give you an idea. And I think the concern was, the dedicated right of way that's being dedicated as part of the plat touching the existing right of way. They're not being any sort of leave out between the two, and usable right of way. And we have a minimum 125 foot frontage requirements. So under the code, that abutting the existing right of way or the property abuts the existing right of way, many times can be looked at the edge of the dedicated line. In this case, the concern was the dedicated right of way actually negative to the adjoining existing right? I think that's sort of a little start. So can you maybe talk to them through that?
Yes, sir. Currently, the existing fence along Quandraza Road varies slightly over the course of several hundred feet. This fence is old, cedar post, barbed wire, some new T-posts where pigs have run through it. So a 1 foot variance across 100 or several hundred feet is, minor in comparison. At the end of the day, if this plat is approved, the fence will be running along on the exhibit where it shows right-of-way dedication boundary from L8 through L12. So the fence will be actually moved back away from the road. at the northern end of that right of way dedication. So any discussions or concerns about where the fence exists today will be shortly deemed moot.
Okay, so you gave us this drawing and the main concern was where was the property line, and it shows it pretty clear from about L10-ish. Between. You're looking at that.
I've got a slightly larger exhibit if you want to.
Yeah, let's bring that up there. Let's look at.
Yeah, I mean, give me one down. I can hear this one.
I can see this. Basically, the Dewar property goes beyond the fence from down here at the L8 area. Pretty much gets back on track, but around this 112.94 mark.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is this over here from X to X?
The X.
That's L10, level 11.
Yeah, the X denotion is actually just the fence line. So that black line that you see there is the fence line type. If the X itself is not actually a marker of any specific dimension or anything. Basically at that 122 112.94 from L8.
Yeah, it's moving from here.
All the way to the west side of the right of way dedication, the fence varies no more than 0.8 of a foot, which is about 10 inches. So effectively it's online.
Okay, is that normal, Andy?
Well, I would say it's probably normal that most of the time when we have the 60 roads, the majority of the time they fall from that property boundary. The actual roads were built that property boundary. So when we have an owner that owns across the road, the biggest concern is if they're an intervening owner between them and the road they're trying to get. Put it at massive scale, you can understand the problem. Let's say it wasn't 2 feet of land. Let's say it was 50 foot of land between the edge of our currently reclaimed or current maintenance extends to, right? The fence line, I think in this case, and the other property, then we would not consider that frontage for the division that occurs behind acres of length. I mean, the 50 foot of land. In this case, I think what I'm understanding is that all the way up to the notion at the 112 labeling, the eastern line, up to that point, the fence it appears to be in boundary.
It is correct, yes, sir. By no more than a little over 1 foot 3 or 4 inches.
Right, but the fence is actually in the property boundary of the property being divided.
Yes, sir.
Past that point, it meanders out, but only slightly of the property as you surveyed it.
Yes, sir.
And then comes back in around the L12 point.
Yes, just past the L12 point, comes back.
So there is, it's slightly inside up to that 112 denotion. And that's perpendicular back from where he's marking it at the fence line. Right there, you see the 11.1 feet. That's the distance from there to the fence at the edge of pavement, 11.1. And then if you go straight north of that, you see the 112, that eastern marker. So from that point back west, the survey shows that the fence is actually inside of his client's boundary. From that point east, it may be slightly outside of the boundary, but within a foot.
Within a foot, yes, sir. I mean, we didn't survey or tie in each individual fence post. To do so would be cost prohibitive for a survey. And when you're talking about something that's less than literally your foot width, it's kind of,
Okay, so I'm gonna rely on other members of court. Y'all have been through this before. This little road's about 15, maybe 18 foot wide, and it's widest spot. It's county maintained road. We've been maintaining for years. We mow down the side of it. Is this, where's the court? Where's Walker County? And they're asking for us to they're saying that we got 27.5 foot of right of way on either side of this road, basically a 70 foot right of way. You know, we've never had 70 foot of right of way through there. We probably maybe mowed 15 foot on either side of the road with a bat wing, you know, so where's our jurisdiction saying that the county owns 70 foot right of way?
I don't think the county claims ownership, claim right of way.
Okay.
So anywhere where we have a county maintained road, we have a right of way width. The width, the actual width of the right of way is actually would be to nail it down would require one of two things: an agreement with the underlying owner, or a finding of fact by competent jurisdiction. If I'm wrong, somebody can tell me.
You're not wrong, but what he's telling you is based on what they've done. The county would only be able to claim about 15 feet on either side.
Up to the fence. The fence is only 11 foot.
What I'm getting at is we've definitely mowed, we'll say 15 foot on either side. I can't go in here and say that we've mowed 35 foot from the center.
That 35 foot is showing the alignment. Look at the fence line with the X's marked on the north side. That's showing the existing fence.
I understand.
That 35 foot
But
is
this,
something.
this 27 foot right here, 27.5 foot.
Hear what we're talking. I'm not clear what we're, to be honest, I'm not sure what we're discussing here. I hate to say that, but
So is it, I'm assuming the landowners on the other side of the road are they claiming that he didn't have access?
Right, so there's an intervening
they get to
landowner
make conversations.
that owns this strip of land that goes like this. Right? He is not claiming to own the land between here and the center of the road. This is not titled to him. His land title starts here at the property line. There's a property line represented, and then there's a fence line represented.
Right,
Okay.
close enough.
So the question that was raised, that was brought up last time, was if somebody else owns the land between him and our right of way, can
Okay,
he use that for frontage to subdivide off?
well, and that's where I was going with this, is we've had a lot of conversations with people leaving 1 foot leave outs and denying access to people with properties. Is that what's going on here?
Well, it's not necessarily what's going on here,
But when you survey it out,
but when he surveyed it out from this point right here, from this point right here, back to this corner of this lot 2, right? He's saying that that area that line is outside the fence line. If we have been maintaining up to the fence line, we have to have an edge of right of way, right? We have an edge of right of way somewhere, right? And they're trying to get to our edge of right of way. So if the fence line represents the edge of right of way and he owns land outside the fence, right? Then he's saying, I'm going to dedicate the rest of the right of way up to where y'all currently have right of way, but I can't dedicate it necessarily past this point because I may not own.
Okay.
If there's a strip of 1 foot inside the fence, well, obviously Brandon has been maintaining that strip, right?
Right.
And so instead of getting into that whole argument on title, and they're just saying, look, if you'll take us to here, we can offer 112.94 feet of frontage to this track where the property line is outside the fence. As long as the county is comfortable that we have right of way up to the fence.
So that question brought up this survey.
That's right.
So now this survey brings me to the question, where is that 15 foot from edge of the road to 15 foot over here?
This makes me 15 foot from.
Where's my edge of, where? Bat wing mower, that's all I'm gonna be able to. Where's that 15 foot from this line to the edge of the road?
Approximately in the location where you just drew those lines.
Somewhere right in there.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm getting at is how can we claim the 27 foot over here when we really need to be at 15 foot mark?
At the end of the day, the right of way that we dedicate.
Saying.
See here,
Here.
this point, it's 11 foot from edge of pavement.
Yeah.
To
This is what's in question.
property. And fencing.
I don't disagree.
They're
with that.
asking to only utilize this frontage.
From now.
Yeah,
Rolling
they'll
to
dedicate
112.
this, they'll dedicate this preemptively as
Mhm.
part of the plat. Assuming that at some point we acquire the rest of our right of way.
Right,
But they're asking for frontage purposes to be able to dedicate. Be able to have this considered a frontage up to this point by the court. Where it's
Okay.
11.1 feet from edge of
okay,
the road. And that gives them 112 foot of frontage, but that doesn't meet our minimum frontage requirement of 125 feet. So they're about 13 foot short. So there's two options. This line could be, this point could be relocated.
right, because this side over here, we've got more, correct?
More than
A little bit more, yes, sir. But right now, there again, once the plat's dedicated, that north right of way line that we'll dedicate will be plenty sufficient to go over the 125 foot. And knowing now that the 15-foot measurement from back of the north line of Pedraza Road is the point that you're asking for, I feel confident telling you that we have over 125 foot from the current point of lot 2 to the 15-foot mark.
Okay, I feel comfortable with that. That's where this can move with, will this be the 15 foot wherever that is?
Right.
15 foot from center or edge.
Edge,
Yes, sir.
that's where this needs to be. Or if you are okay with it right there, I'm okay with it right there.
The current location of the lot configuration is ultimately what started the whole conversation, because for a lack of a better term, the land configuration is a diamond shape. He's got two small points of frontage. It widens out in the middle and it comes back to a small point of frontage from Pedraza to Jones. Those 2 points of frontage are the pitch. To subdivide this property at all would require a minimum or a variance for B 2.2, the lot width ratio. And so wherever that lot division needs to be between lot 1 and 2 on Pedraza Road, we could make it more than likely to be where it's over 125. But with the configuration that it's in right now, I can tell you that if we move the point that we're measuring here to the point where 15 foot from the fence to the back of edge of the road would be well over 125.
So
The only
is there
problem-
another?
The only problem that Brent is after this point. Their fence is on this side of their property line, not on this side.
By-
There's a foot.
by-
There's
so you're
8
saying.
inches or 3 inches or whatever behind the fence. We're talking about inches, but
Is this is there another property owner here?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You have the subdivision plat in front of you.
Okay, so here's where I'm at on that. Is this a?
Show me where the other property owner.
Right here.
Yes.
Yeah, so is this prescriptive easement for us or is this a dedicated?
We don't have to do prescriptive.
Okay, so prescriptive part, especially when there's another property owner who's gonna say that's his, gets ugly because our statute or the code says the road and what it takes to maintain it. That's what we get when we fought out in your neighborhood for a long time over that. That makes me nervous to say, we're gonna say this is 15 feet. Sorry, Mr. Johnson. You know, that's your property. He'll be here the week afterwards. Say, y'all are taking my land. And that's not a fight I want to get into.
If we move back to this point right here, this 1101. I have no problem saying that we have maintained that. His property line is right there and is beyond the existing fence. So if we
That's-
stick to that 1111.
Say, I'm happier there than anything back here.
Anything this way, then you'd have to address this point. there.
We can shift that lot line over just a little bit to give 13 foot. That wouldn't be a problem. We'd have to revise the plat minorly.
Minor
It'd be,
So, yeah, so the variance request today is on depth of width.
Yeah.
It's not on minimum frontage.
I know, but I wanted this lined out before we.
But I'm saying if you guys approve the variance contingent upon minimum frontage being met. And you guys are giving them this information about your
You
concerns.
can fix it this way
frontage,
versus going that.
It would still have to come back to court for final approval.
Yeah.
You guys will get to see it again.
We've got a plan. We're gonna go from this point. Back,
we can
just lot line.
125 foot from that point. Yes, sir.
Show me where we're talking about.
We're gonna shift this line.
What you-
Moving this point about 13 feet this way,
Mhm.
because
That's
this
a
dimension
catch line.
is 13 feet
That's
short.
why it's
It's 125.
Yeah.
This is a denoted mark.
Mhm.
That's gonna be okay.
Are you comfortable with the plat showing the additional dedication of right of way as long as it's not utilized for private?
Correct.
In anticipation that at some point, maybe the intervening right of way will be dedicated.
Correct. Okay. Right. So this agenda item, I'm gonna make sure you stay right. And we go back to the variance, the go up on there. Well, where's the application at? There. Thank you, sir.
This is not going property line?
That will be the division between lots 1 and 2. Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's
we're here.
Pedraza. That's
Over
actually,
there.
yeah, this is exhibit 2.
Okay, your other lot is here. I got you.
Yeah, that's lot 1.
So you got it right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so. Andy, and correct me if I'm wrong, on this. We're gonna make a motion to give a variance to the lot to depth ratio. For lots 1, 2, and 3. Lot 4 is okay, correct?
Asking for 3, yeah.
It's 1, 2, and 3. That's correct.
Okay. And knowing, you know, that coming back when you bring that plat back for approval, that we're gonna utilize this mark right here.
Yes, sir. Exhibit to show that's 125 foot from where it says 112.94 at the time.
I'll second that motion.
Is that contingent upon minimum frontage being met? What Andy said while ago or no?
Yeah,
Yeah,
contingent upon minimum front. One requirements. Yeah.
Minimum frontage being met.
I'll second that add addition to.
All in favor?
I'm gonna put 125 foot because so there's no confusion. Not a minimum frontage in relation to that width. So I'm gonna put lot upon minimum lot frontage of 125 foot being met.
Does the board want to hear from the landowner or is that not advisable?
Hey, go ahead.
Can speak.
20 foot.
Well, just so you guys know, this is inherited land and I was stuck with what I got. My brother, who might even be in the room with you, he cut this land out the way he did. He lives on the land. I don't. I never will. This land is useless to me sitting there. If I can't subdivide it, I'm stuck with it for generations. And that doesn't do any of my family any good because we need money. We don't need land at this point in our lives.
Well, I kind of disagree with that because, you know, nothing says you have to break it out in 4 lots either.
Well, the only reason we're doing it the way we're doing it is because we have a buyer who wants to buy a piece of land, and then this has been going on for 8 months. And I'm not saying you guys are doing anything wrong. You hold your end of the bargain. We're just trying to get to the point where we can satisfy this first parcel sold because I'm in dire straits here with my family, and we need some money. And if we can't do this, then I'm stuck with the way it is because there's no way to get that variance permitted if we can't get the width on the land adjacent to the road, because we did the best. I think the surveyors did the best they could at the time, knowing that this was going to be an issue to begin with, but there's just no other way to subdivide it. I mean, the surveyor can talk to that, but that's what he's told me is there's just no other way to divide it. If you tried a different way, it still wouldn't work.
We just granted you a variance for what y'all are proposing.
I think we're all in agreement here that everything will be beneficial for everybody moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that. I heard motions for this, but I heard nobody say yes or no or anything. So
We're trying to vote.
Let's let Brandon back to the guy what we're doing.
So we're granting you a variance to lot to depth ratio to where you can subdivide your 30 acres into 4 tracts.
Okay.
Then part of it joins Jones Road, part of it joins Pedraza Road. We're working out. All we worked out, I don't know if you heard that or not, is where the boundary of the fence and your property line meets, that's where we're gonna set the usable amount on Pedraza Road where you touch. So there's nothing's gonna come back to us.
Okay, well, I'm trying to make sense of what you guys are saying. It didn't sound that it was going that way. I didn't know. I just was trying to add my 2 cents. That's why I'm on this call, because I was told that that was something that was important to do, is to chime in and give your side of the story from a personal perspective. So that's what I did.
Yeah, Michael, this is Matt Tucker. I believe that this resolution will allow you to subdivide the property in the way that you want to, and also give the county the ability to approve the configuration that you want.
Okay, very well, thank you.
Both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other discussion? And I got a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand.
I'm gonna abstain since I didn't get the whole
Blame you.
message.
We got 4-4, 1 abstain. Motion carried. Yes, sir.
Record, that's present, not voting.
Present not voting.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. All right, number 26, discuss and take action on guidance to the Department of Planning and Development concerning plat application submittals and consideration for additional submittals that might be considered minor in nature in regard to fee increases.
Okay. I just want to make sure that what I'm doing is consistent with what the book wants me to be doing. So the guidance on the fee schedule is that if there are additional submittals required based on review, there's something that review and they have to fix something. And I'm allowed to waive the submittal, the submittal ad for those. That's clear to me. I got that. The second part of it is of that same thing allows a review changes that are considered minor in nature. Okay, so the minor in nature, I want to make sure that my view of minor in nature and the court's view of minor in nature, given the fact that these resubmittal fees can be substantial, that I'm not waiving a fee or anything that the court would disagree with in general. Okay, so I'll start it out by saying that when we get these submittals, there's a list of documents that has to be turned in. Some of those things are letters, some of those things are things like bonds. Some of those are plans and plats that have to be reviewed. Those take the bulk of our time to review, the plan sets themselves. The other documents have to be reviewed, but they don't take the time load that the plans and plats take to review. So if there's a signature missing, if a date needs to be changed, something small, I would consider those as minor. If they miss something, there's a signature missing on a document, we can go back and say, hey, just come by the office, sign it. It wasn't that way when you turned it in, but that would be a minor thing. I would have to charge a submittal fee over something like that. Okay. Number two, if there's maybe a note that needs to be added to clarify a plan set, just a note here or a note there, or several notes that need to be added to the plan set, but it's not a change in the scope of design, a change in the design itself. The calculations are not, coming out of the water. We're not going a different direction. Those could be added as long as there's a minor number of those, that those could be added, and we be able to consider those minor changes and not necessarily require an additional submittal fee, in addition to the submittal. Where it gets a little bit grayer to me is when there's a change that will actually affect plans, and those changes are sort of minor, so like maybe they're redoing calculations on a ditch here or a ditch there, but it's not going to be just open up the whole plan set back review. They review small changes to a sheet here, small changes to a sheet there. And I get concurrence with the reviewing engineer that they consider it sort of a very minor change to the plan set. That one's a little bit gray to me, and I didn't want to approve anything like that. The other one seemed pretty black and white to me. I think that I'm in line with the court on those is minor, but if there's actually changes to the plan set, at what point we consider those significant to warrant the review. Of course, the easy thing is to say any changes to the plan set or the plat would require a new submittal. That's simple. That's very, very sharp edge and easy to apply. But I think the intent of this being added to the fee sheet was to give me a little bit of leeway when there was something that made sense, that was very minor, to not have to incur on the developer that 25% additional fee. If, for example, a signature got left off, or a note got left off, or a note was placed wrong. So I'm looking for guidance on this, and then it's really hard to set a black and white level. I think if we could have, it probably would say that in here. We wouldn't say when they're minor. I think the term minor was used to leave a little bit of grayness in there because we recognize that there may be different situations.
Yeah.
I just don't want to have something where I look at it and go, well, that's definitely minor. And then have a member of court look at that and go, how in the world did you waive this fee? You should have made them pay it, right? I want to make sure we're kind of on the same page in general. And we haven't really had a lot of deep discussion about this.
How many of those do you see, Andy, with it? How many come back that you might throw in the minor category?
So typically, if I get somebody who makes a minor change, an update to a submittal and like a couple of sheets where they see their error and submit them during the scope of our review, I consider that minor and I'll scope that in. When we've completed a review, we've given comments and they have to respond to comments. If it's just notes or an error here or error there, a little note that needs to be changed, something that was written wrong, they didn't write our note right, they had a scrivener's error, those kinds of things, and they can fix those, then typically those are fine. And we see those from time to time, even on the fourth submittal, unfortunately, because sometimes they're adding notes and they make a mistake. What the area that I'm specifically concerned about, we don't see a lot, but when we've gotten to our third review and they're submitting a fourth review and there are, like we got a project, I won't go into name, there's a project where they're going to have to do some drainage calculation changes, right? Not what I would normally think of as major changes, but some changes that need to be made in order to conform to our review standard. Shouldn't really change the design or the layout, but it would change the backup for the design and layout. So that gets a little bit more into the gray area, as far as I'm concerned. And those are the areas where I need a little more guidance. It's still going to require man hours on our side. It's going to require review hours, but not necessarily review days, right? So those are the areas I didn't know if court wanted to provide me additional guidance or leave the guidance as it is and say, tough, Andy, that's what we expect from you, is to make the right decision. Any guidance you guys can give me on that, I would appreciate. Because I want to kind of keep in step with.
I mean, are you talking about like grammar errors, Andy? I'm
Yeah,
assuming on the
so
plan
I would
like that,
assume,
'cause,
I would
that was-
assume errors in notes,
Yeah,
right, that need to be corrected, minor note errors, that those were within the bounds of what the court.
Grammaticals, yeah.
If I don't hear otherwise today, I'm gonna continue to assume that. Maybe a document that needed to be submitted, like for example, text on approval, where they had to get an update on it. It didn't make it in time for the plan set, but they provide that for me right afterwards, or it's just a review letter, something like that, something that we don't really have to like full on review. Those kinds of things I would consider maybe minor additions that would not necessarily require a fee. But when we're having changes to the plans or the plat, if it's a minor change, maybe a line gets moved a little bit in order to conform with the code, maybe let that go. On the plans, that's where it gets a little more difficult. And so normally if it's something like we talked about, like a note change on plans, then I'm gonna presume that's what the court implemented this rule for. But as you guys know, you always, when you come up against one of these fees, they're significant and the developers want to try to avoid them if possible. So I have two options when it gets a little bit into the gray. If you guys give me some guidance and say, well, up to this kind of level, we're comfortable with you doing that, or bring it to us and let us decide when you get into the gray. And if it's not a note change or a minor update, we want to see it and decide. I can do that too. I did that on one previous, but in that case, it was a change to the actual plans that affect construction. So changes to plans that affect the actual construction are a little bit different to me than a change to the backup to the plans that doesn't necessarily affect the way it's being built, right? As long as those are minor, that don't require a lot of review hours.
What do your contemporaries and other, I know you know, the other counties, what do they?
Well, I mean, I can tell you, government often does what's easiest, but
Right.
that's not always what's best. The easy is, there's your submittal, you get your chance. That's when you get a chance to turn it in. And then you don't make it, you didn't make it, and there's the next submittal. Of course, that's the simplest. It's a sharp edge and you either get in or get out, right? But I can see from a standpoint of reason that somebody would say, look, I messed up 3 notes. I'm gonna have to pay this fee for you to incorporate those 3 notes. So that's the problem with sharp edges, right? They cut, right?
And I would also say, you know, be cognizant that no good deed goes
Well,
unpunished
that's a fair assessment as well, right?
by
fair
any
assessment as well.
at all. So
My thought is, if it's minor, you're our director of planning and development. Handle it, take care of it. If it's something you feel like needs to come to court, I know that's not giving you want us to give you something black and white, but that's hard.
The only sharp edge that you could provide me would be, we'd have to say, you know, anything other than a change to the plan set or plat, right? Any of the documents, you're good with those. And I think that I probably am good with those if they're sort of check the box documents, right? Like for example, maybe I have the draft copy of the surety, but the final copy of the surety, they don't get it in before. Consider accepting that, you know, maybe. But when there's not a sharp edge and it's in me, if this was a $200 permit fee, it gives me a lot more comfort level than whenever this can be, you know, a $10,000 upcharge or a $20,000 upcharge on a permit. That's a lot bigger ask, right? And when I looked at this language for a long time, I just looked at it as being small notes and scrivener changes, those kinds of things. Maybe a document that wasn't signed, or the plat, for somebody forgot to sign the plat, allowing those after the fact, right? But there's a question about now small changes in planning materials, and whether there are very minor changes in the planning in the calculations and those kinds of things would be in the envelope of what we may consider. And and there's no good way to really, you know, what a small change to plans are.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that it was even in the mind of court that small changes of plans to be considered. If it's anything beyond a note change or a note add, if it's something to do with the calculations or an actual change in the way they calculate the plans, I'm to either charge the fee or come back to court, and on the other stuff, work with them.
I'm kind of agreeing with Brandon. If something whispers in your ear, this is bigger than me, I need to take it to court. I think we just do that. And if it's not working, then come back and say, I need some more help. So that's my thoughts.
I'd be kind of in the same line of what they're saying. You know, if you're doing something we don't like, you know, I'm gonna tell you, right?
Right.
So,
yeah.
Okay. So if it's something extremely minor, another option might be for me to, if I think it's minor, proceed, right? Bring it to court. When it comes to court for actual approval, then I could actually, if I felt necessary, add an agenda item to see whether or not that final fee needed to be paid as a contingency of approval of the final plat or something like that. And then I would have more information on how long it took us to process this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think your guidance is, we said minor.
Use your judgment.
Figure it out.
basically.
All right. Okay.
Ms. Allen?
One option, maybe Henry gives a monthly report to Commissioner Court. He could add a section to that report that generically describes the number of minor things that fall under this category that no fees were charged until he gets comfortable with what the court is thinking.
Maybe call the commissioner in that precinct. Hey, look, this guy's he needs to swallow this paper out.
Yeah. And do that.
That way, at least you got some kind of backing up to the four of us.
Okay. All right. That's it. I was just more of a workshop item. I just needed a little guidance from court. Didn't want to all out on that limb completely alone.
Now, we discussed and
It's discuss and take action in case y'all wanted to take action, but we can.
we're just gonna discuss.
Let's just discuss handling and
All right.
Okay. All right, we have a MPO workshop. We're gonna take a break till 1 o'clock. We have Text Dot, the city of Huntsville, HGAC, all plan to be here, so I'll come back to workshop at 1 o'clock. Come on back. It is
Exciting.
11:14. We're gonna go to recess. All right, time is 1:01. We're back from recess. We'll start back up with our MPO workshop. Who's going first?
I'll go first, Judge.
If you'll state your name for Carrie for the minutes and who you're with.
My name's Craig Rayborn. I'm the Director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And if you don't mind, I'll just, if I can see.
Yep, absolutely.
Talking to the right.
Push it around there if you want to look at it. They're probably screwed down.
All right, so thank you all for setting up this workshop. I want to thank Commissioner Decker in particular for helping get this to happen. So I'll just introduce our purpose real quick for today. We are here representing the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is a transportation planning agency for the Houston region. We're part of the Houston Galveston area. Walker County is currently a part of. The reason we're coming up and talking to you is because our future growth projections are now showing that our urbanized area, the core contiguous part of the Houston and the Woodlands urbanized area, will extend into Walker County sometime in the next 20 years, and arguably it already is down around New York. And so what that means for us is we need to do what's called a metropolitan planning area boundary adjustment. It means we're going to have to change our boundary of the MPO, which we haven't done for 50 years. As a result of that, Walker County will in some way be engaged with the metropolitan planning process for the region now. There's still a lot of opportunity for discussion as to how and exactly what form that all takes. But that's basically why we're up here to meet with you and to hear any questions and comments folks have. So I will start just by introducing my team members that are here. I'm not sure, we've got a few who aren't yet here, but in the back row, because that's apparently how we're going to operate. Okay. No, Jamila Owen, she is the manager for our transit active transportation and travel demand programs. Ali Isbell is our assistant director. Karen Owen is one of our senior planners, and Adam Beckham is our manager for our TIP and project selection process. The TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, our project listing. I'm going to go through a presentation. This is adapted from one that I gave recently to our select committee that the Metropolitan Planning Organization Transportation Policy Council has formed to look at questions about our planning area as well as the composition of the MPO. There are multiple issues that we're dealing with right now. One of them is this growth of the urbanized area. The other one, another one is the Woodlands has requested to become a member of our MPO. And then City of Houston has passed a proposition that changes their city charter so that they're required to seek proportional representation in the MPO in order for them to continue participating in it. Happy to talk about any of those, but today going to run through the planning area boundary stuff. So let's go ahead and so real quickly, just what we're planning on covering today is just I kind of did welcome introductions. I'll talk a little bit about MPO basics. I'll talk about why we're here. Just go into a little bit more detail about the planning area growth. Adam will talk about our common MPO activity of project selection and programming. Ali will talk about one of the other big things we do, regular transportation planning studies. Karen has a really good perspective. She's led a small MPO in Texas, and so she has an opportunity to sort of get a handle, kind of explain a little bit about what that experience could be like, and then it's open discussion. However, if at any point anyone has any questions on something I've said or something one of the team has said, please feel free to speak up and ask questions. Part of what we've been asked to do by our select, because there are other parts around the region, other counties around the region that are going through, they're going to be also impacted by this this boundary adjustment that will happen. Is we want to know what the questions are. What are the things we need to be answering? Because this is really intended to be a dialogue, a conversation, so that we can find the right way to get every organization or every county that's impacted by this properly, comfortable with the process, as well as, with what the membership or activities look like. And those can exist on a bit of a sliding scale or on a spectrum, depending on how you want to frame it. From probably a range of full participation to kind of a standoff, as little participation as possible. And I think, I can't speak for our policy council, but I think they're open to trying to accommodate whatever the partner agencies are interested in doing. Okay, so with that, let's go to the next slide. So MPOs, so we're federally required transportation planning organizations for large urban areas. The threshold is 50,000. Part of why that's important here is that odds are the city of Huntsville will hit that 50,000 threshold in the next census, and therefore either need to form or join an MPO. What we do is what's called a continuous, cooperative, and comprehensive planning process. The name is intended to say it all, but really we try to look at anything relating to transportation, particularly big transportation issues in the region. We try to engage everyone who can be a part of that conversation, and we try to reach agreement, consensus on what the solutions ought to be. We're federally required, so of course there's requirement, needs that we have to do. We have 4 primary required products. The first one's called the Regional Transportation Plan. That's a 20-year plan for the entire urbanized or the entire metropolitan planning area. We do a transportation improvement program. That's the project listing for projects over the next 0 to 4 or 0 to 5 years. We have to have a public participation plan. I think the name kind of says that all. And then we have what's called a Unified Plan and Work Program, which outlines how we're going to conduct all of the planning activities, what planning studies we're going to be doing, what specific new plans we're working on, things like that. We've got a variety of additional activities that we do that Adam and Allie and Karen will talk about. We are led by a policy board. Every MPO in the country has its own policy board of some form or another. Ours is the Transportation Policy Council, which some of you may have heard of or worked with. And then the members are all elected officials, transit operators or administrators, or state officials, usually in Texas, State DOT, TxDOT. But next slide. So the basics of the metropolitan planning area. So metropolitan planning areas are basically our boundary. And as I noted, ours was established in 1974 when HGAC officially became the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the region. It's 8 counties right now. It's the Terrace County and then 8 contiguous counties. At a minimum, and I'm going to read a little bit from some federal requirements, but at a minimum, the MPA Metropolitan Planning Area boundaries shall encompass the entire existing urbanized area as defined by the Bureau of the Census, plus the contiguous area expected to become urbanized within the 20-year forecast. And then every 10 years at least, it could be more frequent, but after every decennial census, every 10-year census, we're required to review our MPA to make sure that it stays, that we're meeting that requirement. We take the lead in identifying and recommending boundary changes. But then the boundaries of the MPA are determined by agreement between the MPO and the government. And within the metropolitan planning area, anything that we can do as an MPO, we do within that, we can do within that planning area. That's primarily programming transportation infrastructure funds and conducting transportation planning activities. Go ahead, next slide. So I just want to kind of put into context the growth that that we're having in our urbanized area. So, and you can see the 1970 urbanized area and then the 2020 urbanized area. And another thing that's really important to note is that the way that the census defines an urbanized area has changed over time. The 1970 urbanized area would be quite a bit smaller if they were using the definition that is in place now, which has just basically pulled back from lower density fringe areas, and those are not considered urbanized under the new definition as much. They still can be, depending on exactly how the definition works. But the one thing to note, we have been growing as a region up I-45 pretty rapidly since 1970. We have another version of these slides that progresses through them. But on average, we've been adding 10 to 15 miles every 10 years of outward growth along I-45. And if you look carefully at this map, it's hard to see, but it may look like that boundary is still a few miles away from Walker County, but it actually grabs the portion between 45 and 75. It goes up to about a mile away from the southern side of Walker County, in that gap area now between 75 and I-45. So go ahead, go to the next slide. So the next thing that we have to do is we develop this growth projection. And the way that we do this, I'm not the technician on this, so I'll do the best I can, but we look at land development permits that have been identified, master plan communities that have been identified. We have economic modeling that we're doing that's sort of looking at where the demand for land development is likely to happen. We look at, we work with the state demographer to get state demographer population estimates and projections as well. And we apply those factors to identify on this map the purple area, basically, which is the additional, that's the 20-year growth forecast for what our contiguous urbanized area would look like. If it doesn't touch, essentially, if it doesn't touch the central blob or the blob down the bottom, it doesn't need to impact our metropolitan planning area. But those 5 areas in the blue circles are all areas that the Houston region for the past 50 years has been growing to, along within that probably, but since has been growing towards. And even then, it's important to note too that we have not been collecting the same kind of data inside our existing planning area as what we or that we are able to collect or look at outside of our existing planning area. So what that means is we think that the estimates for those places that are going beyond where we're starting to cross into another county, we think those are actually conservative estimates because we're not looking at the permits, the development permits and things like that for those areas. We're looking at primarily state data and projections to draw those. Okay, so go ahead, next slide. So this one is a detailed slide, and this is also the handout that I think everyone has. That's showing the area as it extends up into Walker County and kind of grabs New Waverly and some area to the north of New Waverly. And again, that's based on development patterns. That's based on current, in this instance, it's based a little bit on our land cover data that we have that actually currently shows pretty significant meaning about 20% or so impervious cover in most of that area already. We were staff had actually recommended as part of a different process that, due to the conditions that we knew were in place, the impervious cover, the number of households, and then some of the developments that we knew about. We were already recommending that this area be included in what's called the adjusted urbanized area. I don't want to get too down into the weeds on this stuff, but it's another step in our process. We work very closely with TxDOT on developing that. Because we knew that this area was also going to be a 20-year growth forecast, we went ahead and took it out of the adjusted urbanized area. So it's not part of the adjusted urbanized area. So the next few slides I'm going to go through are a series of questions and answers that I went through with our this committee that the Policy Council was formed, because I wanted to make sure that they understood how for us, for us meaning the Metropolitan Planning Organization, the rules on something like this, the federal law, the federal regulations are pretty cut and dry. But I'll go through these again. So our metropolitan planning area hasn't changed since 1974. Why change it now? So it's because the MPA needs to include that entire census urbanized area on those previous maps. I think it's the green area. And it needs to include the area expected to become urbanized in the next 20 years. So after 50 years of outward growth, our region's current urbanized area is finally getting to the edge of those 8 counties that were selected back in 1974. And for the first time, we're projecting that we're going to be extending beyond that boundary. So we've reached the point where it's time to adjust the metropolitan planning area, the Houston-Galveston region. Go ahead, next slide. So another question was, can we just not act upon it? Can we ignore it? And the answer to that one's no. We're required to review it, we're required to review the MPA to determine whether it meets statutory requirements in conjunction with the decennial census. So we wait for the census data to come, we wait for the cleaning up of that census data, and then we projection. And then reviewing it and updating it it's a federal requirement. So like I kind of already shown that. Is there an alternative to adjusting the MPA? It's the only option that's provided. There really isn't anything else. We, in cooperation with the state and public transit operators, review the boundaries and then adjust them as necessary. So in previous years, this process could have been informal. It doesn't have to, if the answer is so obviously, no, we're not getting near the boundary, that's a pretty simple assessment. But this time, actually last census cycle, it was starting to get close. And so we did the same kind of projection, and we showed that we weren't getting there. We were getting close, but not yet crossing the boundary. This time around we are. So it's going to be necessary for the Policy Council to adjust the metropolitan planning.
Real quick question for you.
Yeah.
The HGAC district is basically, I guess, kind of the Houston TxDOT district, or more or less. I mean, is it Montgomery County is in the Houston district and we're in the Bryan district?
Correct.
How do they play together with this thing kind of poking out of one end to the other? Is that not a big deal, or what happens?
Well, the HGAC MPO right now actually already encompasses 2 counties that are part of the Beaumont district.
Okay.
Chad could probably speak a little bit to what that experience was like, having led that a little while too, but
So there's probably more information that we might can shed and have conversation about that. But it might send us down a tangent that we may not be ready for it. And don't mind, maybe Craig.
No, then that's fine. No, but what I would say, generally speaking, we will work with whatever the district is, whichever districts are a part of our metropolitan planning area. And so we would find a way that we're working with with any of the districts. And frankly, overall, these adjustments that we're going to need to make are going to impact us with a total of 3 TxDOT districts. So what are our options for the MPO? So once we understand what the growth area is going to be, there are really only two actions determining exactly where to draw the boundaries to encompass the growth area. So we could work with the new areas and draw the boundaries so that only the area that's going to become urbanized in the next 20 years is part of the boundary. Or we could work with the counties and bring the entire county in some way. And so those are really the only options as far as what we do with the boundary. And then once we add an area to the boundary, then we need to work with that area to identify what their participation in the MPO is going to be like. So how are they going to be represented? How are they going to participate in the decision-making activities, and so on. So that's part of why we're doing this workshop, is start understanding what the interests are, if there are preferences, or goals or anything like that. We want to hear, we want to listen.
Okay, well, then another question. We went through a grant application. We didn't get it, unfortunately, but one of the boxes to check was, are you in an MPO currently?
Right.
And I was thinking if we were, then we were not qualified. We couldn't go after that grant. It kicked us to the side, some kind of art. The transportation, I forgot the name of
The
it.
sidewalk grant,
Yeah, that one.
the mobile.
Oh,
bicycle.
Yeah.
Was it the state transportation
But we
alternative?
had to check
Yeah.
a box on it and say yes or no. And if we said yes, I think it booted us. That's what, I mean, that's why I'm kind of asking the questions. It'd be nice looking at the map. I mean, one purple section to another purple section is, this far apart. The north end of New Waverly and the south end of Grand Ranch, the city of Huntsville, and out to Riverside. Be nice to swoop all that in and say, gosh, we're part of an MPO. But the statement you said earlier about Houston and Harris County wanted representation based on their size. That's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities from HGAC side in the Houston district versus the other cogs up here that don't get what they get. So I want to see a lot of information on this. I don't want us to drop out of certain things that we could get because we're a small community. Now we drop it to an MPO and the big boys down south suck all that stuff up too.
Most of the grants that you could compete for as a small community or as a rural community, you can also compete for there's a parallel grant that you're able to compete for through because you're part of an MPO or because you're in an urbanized area.
The big benefit, I think, for us now is something Brandon's been talking about all the way, is trying to figure out what the heck's going on in New Waverly. Get that. If we do nothing else, if we can fix that or help that.
So the big questions for me are just what you alluded to, with the city Prop 8 passing, where they had to be proportionally represented. We're such a small, even if we just come up into the southern end of the county, it's such a small area. How are we going to be represented at that board? Do we have a seat at the table, or, goes back to the piece of a pie or the table? No conversation that we had.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it's probably premature to speculate as to what the outcome of the discussions around Proposition B in Houston are going to end up, resulting in. But I do think that there's a pretty good chance that that at least one of the pretty viable solutions would be one where every entity still has a vote, an equal vote of one way or another. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit premature. I think they haven't really started looking at composition options, but there are models around the country for ways to make sure that smaller communities, part of big MPOs, still get a way to participate.
If you grab that little lollipop looking thing there on that goes up into the southern end of the county, does that grab just that area, or does that grab the whole county?
Probably it can be either way. There are examples in Texas of MPOs that have county boundaries. There are examples where they have just the urbanized area boundary. That the census, if the urbanized area changes, they just adjust they just go through boundaries.
So because this map's not contiguous, is that still leaving the city now?
Which city? Sorry. Which?
Huntsville.
Yeah,
So if you just grab
if you just grab
the finger up in there.
portion. Yeah, if you just grab that portion that is New Waverly and that area contiguous to New Waverly. That is one way in which an MPA, the boundary could be adjusted. It could also be adjusted, again, it's not like we're, forcibly annexing, it's more like asking for an easement in a way, or extraterritorial jurisdiction for those cities, but.
What you got, Chad?
So a question Brandon has asked me, and I don't know the answer to this, and maybe it will, maybe I can frame it a little better. If you are to include the outlined area of the boundary that includes the city of Waverly into the HGAC, I know that Brandon is very interested in thoroughfare planning, transportation planning of system in the entire south end of the county. If you were to bring in just the boundary you show there, not the entire county, can your study efforts from HGAC go outside of those boundaries in that study sense? Is a question Brandon has asked, and I think maybe that was one of the questions you were trying to ask, and I apologize if I've misworded it, but I don't know the answer to that one either, and I think that would be something they would really like to hear.
So technically, the MPO can conduct planning studies within the metropolitan planning area. However, we can do other work. We can collect data and do analysis in a larger defined area, which is something we're almost certainly going to start doing now, because we've discovered in this process that we don't have the data that we need to do the really detailed projections of what the growth area, once it extends beyond the county, looks like. So technically, it would just be for the area within the planning boundary.
But in gathering data and analysis, you might know more about population trends and traffic movement, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to then conduct a planning study, as I know Brandon is interested in. And I'm not arguing either way, Brandon. I'm just trying to get that question answered, but I could. As far as thoroughfare planning outside of that area, but what really is very direly needed to the county, a planning of needed roadways, roadway expand, all those types of things wouldn't be in the ability of HGAC if it's just that small little, as Brandon eloquently described, as the lollipop.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Commissioner, you asked a question and I was waiting not to throw us on a tangent, but you asked the question about specifically to, and I heard transportation alternatives as one of the program. Now that one is not something that you would lose eligibility to because you would be in an MPO boundary, but I know that toggle on those applications in that sense just puts you into another necessary supporting document to your application that asks that MPO if this is truly one of their priorities,
plans.
if they only then say, here are our priorities. So it's just really a toggle that gets more information from the MPO as to what are their priorities versus your local.
Right, and that's part of my concern is that I'll stay on the lollipop thing. Our little lollipop thing, we can have an idea here, putting sidewalks around our courthouse. That's not in our MPO. And I can't go, we have to take it to this board, get the board to agree, do the homework, do all this, do all that, and adopt that into the MPO. I gotta convince Harris County that a sidewalk around the Walker County Courthouse is an important thing.
That typical application for transportation funds, there's going to be a desire from the evaluator on that one alone. I can't speak for others. It is going to want to know at what level priority is that of the MPO in which you belong. Because if they have 5, 6, 8, 10 others that they're submitting, they might want to know, well, is yours number 2, number 6, number 8 type of thing. But yeah, and then to add to
think a question you were going to about what this does. When I was in Beaumont District for a short while, and they have two counties that are in HGAC. I'm in the Bryan District, which has the Bryan College Station MPO. We only have one county that is in our urbanized area, and it is all within the Bryan District. But so as a district of TxDOT, I get, and I'm gonna try and keep this as simple and short as it can be, because it could be a week-long discussion, but we get funding sources available to us for different needs. Safety, bridges, maintenance, mobility, many of things. And they have guidance as to how you can spend those funds. Well, one of the source of funds is a category for MPO. So if you are in my district now in Bryan, I can only spend that category of funds in Brazos County because it's MPO funds given out by formula based on so many factors of growth and our population and travel and all those kind of things. But so when the two counties that are in the Beaumont District, they just happen to have to compete for those funds with every other part of the system that's in the urbanized area of HGAC. So if you were a part of that, you would have eligibility for that source of funds, and it would be separate of my other funding sources that I have use of in the district where you still would be, which is Bryan for maintenance, safety, bridge, all those things.
Okay, so whose house is it better for us to live in? The guy who's got one MPO in one county with all the money has to go to that one, and we say, gosh, we want to be in the Bryan District MPO. Or do I come down here to HGAC that has a larger wheelbarrow full of money, but there's 240 something cities and everybody throwing the name in the hat and they're all bigger than we are. Cause all we got is, this much of it. So those are kind of questions I'm gonna have to see. So that which one is which.
And that also leads into with Huntsville fixing to be probably the next census being at 50,000. Huntsville's gonna be required to either, like Craig said, either form its own MPO or join one. Whenever we got Grimes County in between us, so the Bryan MPO and will be the Walker County MPO. If we go that route, won't connect because we don't have. It's got to be continuous, right?
I don't know that. Does it have to be? Do they have to touch?
Right. You aren't able to cherry pick areas and then team up if you are not contiguous. That you can have a organized area that wouldn't then be different islands that you would just say you wanted to group. That isn't what you can do now. As Brandon was saying, we have a very rural area between us and another county as well, but that would keep us in Bryan's. And keep in mind, the BCS MPO, although I'm a member on their board, they are not TxDOT, and TxDOT is not the MPO. These are two separate entities. But so when I'm speaking, please don't take it as I'm speaking for the Bryan College Station.
Right.
They have their own director, and
so who are they contiguous to?
So they are just all of Brazos County. That is the boundary. Someday they may reach
We can do the
out
same thing.
I was gonna say why would
Aaron, where are y'all at on this as a city?
Trying to get some of those questions answered that y'all are asking. There are several options. The city, 2030 will be it needs to make a decision. We want to do it just the city, do it alone. Want to look at something, the city and county-wide, and us be our lump ourselves.
Go with HGAC.
HGAC here. This thing, it's just trying to figure out what it all means.
Right.
And all, the different acronyms, the difference between an MPA and an EPO and the UCA and which ones.
Yeah, I mean that's where I'm at too. I don't know enough to speak intelligently.
Right. And you're not looking for any answers today, I'm assuming. We're not looking for any answers in the next year, are we?
We'll answer questions as soon as we can. The adjustment of our MPA is gonna have to happen pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So Craig, going back to how you gather the information.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not reaching out to Montgomery County and their planning and development, then how factual is this information? I mean, if you're not digging into subdivisions and how many people are there and putting that stuff together, then how do you determine your number, I guess is what I'm getting at.
So we do that for the 8 counties that are currently within the MPO, and Montgomery County is one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And so we do collect that every quarter.
So if we were to be involved in this, then in the next 10 years, when the next census comes about, you will have dug into the future developments going on inside Walker County and trying to figure out how much information is, I guess, I'm assuming factual.
Yeah, we would be looking at that. We'd start looking at that almost immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was trying to wrap my head around how you're gathering the information to know where this thing is actually going.
Well, Walker County is in a bit of a unique situation compared to some of the others that we're looking at.
Other than just
because you're already part of the COG,
Yeah.
so we already have a lot of relationships there. That's part of why we already had like better land cover data.
Yeah.
Some of those things.
Craig, you'd mentioned at the last meeting.
Yeah.
Timeline, and can you expand a little bit on that for the group, just to let them know kind of what we're looking at here?
So I can do the best I can. And frankly, since our select committee met, at the time they met, we thought that the city would act on their new proposition in January, and they acted on it about 2 weeks ago. And so, they're already in their time frame, their 60-day window where, if the MPO hasn't achieved certain outcomes, then by their charter, they'd be required to withdraw from the MPO, but no one will know exactly what that means. But so that's part of what's driving the select committee process. The reason that it's better to try to do all of this at once is that both of the potential activities, a change in the voting structure of the MPO so that the city of Houston's charter requirements could be met, and a change in the metropolitan planning area, both require the governor to sign off on them in different ways, but they both would trigger that. And so it's a lot simpler, given how long that process can take. It's a lot simpler to try to just get everything figured out and then take one package to the governor. I actually met with the Texas headquarters folks last week to kind of talk about that. And that was their consensus as well. It's not a requirement, just to be clear. It's just, it will be a lot cleaner to try to solve everything. All right, so let's see where we're at. Yes, I don't think I've covered this one.
Is this the screen you want?
This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. So the other thing just to note, and this is also relevant as we start talking, start trying to gauge interest in like where that adjustment should end up. We can also look at what they call the most comprehensive boundary to foster an effective planning process. It's very helpful, very clear guidance on that, but it does mean that we have a lot of flexibility in what we do. We could, if Walker County were to decide you just want that little area to be part of the MPO, it could be that. If you wanted to say, well, we want the southern half, to be that, or everything but Huntsville, or the entire, there's a lot of flexibility there. And then the other thing to note is, although we don't know what this select committee is going to do, because we haven't yet started talking about it with them, there are ways that bylaws could be written for the inclusion of new areas, such that, so for example, Walker County could come in, but then when Huntsville becomes an urbanized area, could have the option of forming a different MPO. We could write it like that. There are in the federal regulations, there's plenty of flexibility to allow things like that too. So just note that, as you start kicking around.
So there is a way that you could just say the southern half, that's my area. We could be part of this planning area, correct? And then when Huntsville become the 50,000, we could actually either get out of that or include ourselves, the whole county, in our own NPO, right?
I mean, I can't guarantee that the policy council would let that happen in the bylaws, but it seems like something that they would be amenable to.
Seems like y'all would put a lot of effort into planning. That's the only drawback I could see to it. I mean, if you're gonna put all the effort into planning on it, then they're not gonna let go of that area. How would that work?
Or fund anything.
Well, well, all of those, I mean, the pots of money that fund projects can, the source of funds themselves can be adjusted for projects that are programmed. So I think those kinds of issues could probably be worked out. As far as I don't know how to put it, the territorial attraction or something, I guess, that's an issue, could be an issue. I think if it's in the bylaws and it's clear that, that's written into the bylaws that way, that it would be something that they would understand is an option for an area where that happens. So, I mean, and it's really just one of those things where you write the bylaw, so that it addresses this particular need. It's unlikely that it would trigger anywhere else.
Right.
So yeah, so what exactly are the implications? So the expanded area is entitled to participate in the MPO. The decisions to join the MPO are collaborative between members and potential new members. An area could decide not to participate in the MPO. And I want to be clear that you could decide not to participate. We still need to we're federally required to draw our new boundary. And that then becomes a complication. I'm not aware of any examples nationally where that's happened, where an area has elected not to participate in an MPO. However, if that were to happen, I'm fairly confident that we would be able to find a way to make that, to still make that work, so that it would have as minimal impact on the county that's choosing that, or on the way in which they interact with TxDOT. But it is a possibility. I mentioned it again in this meeting I had on Friday. And again, it's all informal meetings, but Federal Highway understood that's a possibility as well. And they understand that could happen. The rules let something like that happen, but it's strongly discouraged. And there are reasons why. There's the ability to do those planning studies and so on for you can be very helpful, even if you're not pursuing funding. Okay, so let's go back to that one actually. Yeah, just noting that it increases the area where the MPO can spend federal funds, but it doesn't really change how much money we get, federal money that we get, because that's really based on population. And with the exception of if all of Walker County were to come in, that would change our funding level a little bit. If it were just this little area, it's not enough people to really make much of a difference on this. And then there's no automatic requirement that we start doing stuff in the new areas. However, assuming that you're participating, you'd be eligible to request and engage just like any other parts of the region. And we do, at least at we go through a project selection process that Adam will be talking about in a few minutes. And then we also we do a similar process for planning studies. And we try to select planning studies where they're going to have the most impact. So places like this would be somewhere where that would have a lot of impact, where there hasn't been a thoroughfare plan in the past. That would be something that a gap that an MPO tends to want to try to fill. So this is a slide, I didn't change it, that we showed to the select committee, and I just wanted to bring it up just to note, we're trying to get their preferences. We're trying to get your preferences. We're trying to consider all of the options. We're trying to initiate dialogue. We're initiating discussions with the governor. That's really what the meeting on Friday was about. Because TxDOT headquarters kind of packages everything that goes to the governor. And then the select committee is going to develop its recommendation or series of recommendations to the Transportation Policy Council for any changes. And then once that happens, there's a process that we'll have to go through. It's called redesignation of the MPO. And that will be the final step in all of this. So that's the end of my part. And I really appreciated the conversation and questions. And I'll pause, see if there are any other questions, and then I'll turn it over and let Adam talk a little bit about project selection and programming activities. Any other questions on?
Just one, Chad, y'all's in Brazos County, y'all are just Bryan and College Station, right? As far as your MPO?
Brazos County.
Brazos County as a whole. All right, so you don't venture out into anything else other than just Charles County?
So the designated urbanized area is Brazos County.
Is Brazos County as a whole?
There are other small communities in Brazos County, more so than just Bryan and College Station, but none of significant size comparatively to Bryan College Station.
So how does that impact y'all as far as having a seat at the table? Because the reason I ask that is so if we do encompass just this part here, and then in 10 years, the city comes in and does their own, that shorts where we stand. I would assume anyhow. So is it better to keep it as a whole like y'all did, or do we join Harris County? I mean, I think Brandon kind of hit on it a little bit, because I don't see where they would be very willing as much time as they're going to spend to release us from just this one little area or the southern end of the county.
Well, that's what
very willingly.
Yeah, that's what Craig's talking about, writing it in the bylaws. When they do the adjustment to write it in the MPO bylaws. That if we become big enough or we decide, if we want to partner with the city and do the whole county, then we could get out of it. Right? Yes.
It would have to be pretty well set in stone. I don't, we're seems to me like we're hunting loopholes that ain't there yet.
You're right, it's not written into the bylaws yet, because the bylaws frankly have never even, they only have a clause that addresses new urbanized areas in the region. They don't have a clause that talks about going beyond the boundaries, which is what we're dealing with now. So no matter what we do, it's going to take new bylaws.
Thank you.
And those have to be, you would have to be a part of agreeing to that as well. So you'd have a chance to try to make it ironclad, as possible, please.
So Commissioner, the Bryan College Station MPO that covers Brazos County has policy board members from the county rep. There's a City of Bryan, City of College Station. There's actually one from Texas A&M University. There's one from TxDOT, which is me. And we've just now added one more because of another growth factor of us being past 200,000 population, that now one of our board members is representative of the local transit agency, Brazos Transit District. But those are our 5 board members. Craig can tell you about his makeup or how many of those are and whatnot, but Brandon and I have had this conversation, and I just wanted to clarify a little bit more on things so when I get maintenance funds for my 10 county district, I do spend those maintenance funds in all 10 counties, including Brazos County. The maintenance is all inclusive of the whole district where I spend those funds, not just say the 9 counties that are outside of that MPO boundary. There are other funds in that whole, there's give or take, let's call it a dozen categories. The other 11 pretty much can be spent majority of the time in all the district. But that one category is specific to just that ability that was prioritizing projects through the MPO.
And that prioritization is not solely under your purview.
Correct. It's with the members of the MPO who have processes they have to follow that are federally mandated as to how to then prioritize projects, select and choose what projects to fund. This is a question you're probably wondering, and Catherine may give me a funny look when I explain this, but so I get a category of funds that's at my sole discretion. One of those 12 as a district engineer. And just as a matter of historical use, I typically do not use those in that one county. I can, but I've got 9 other counties that I may want to use my discretionary funds to do things that I need to try and do. Because that county also has the MPO source of funds to prioritize things and to make priorities specific to that county. It's
Yeah, you're
small
offset.
thing,
Yeah.
just a small part of it.
Yeah.
I think you can imagine, but so when I do things, which we have an upcoming project in New Waverly to do turn lanes on 3075, 150 that we've talked about that we're looking to deliver in 2024. I'm doing those with my discretionary funds.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm using that as my discretion in my entire district to say that's important to me that New Waverly has these improvements.
well, and that's a benefit of being part of the MPO though.
Well, what I'm just final I could still do so even if you were a member of the HGAC. I could still spend those funds to do that.
Yeah.
Would I very possibly want to know, hey,
Why isn't your MPO doing this?
Yeah, exactly.
So-
That's why I brought that up earlier. I don't want us to, and I think it's a conversation that we and the city of Huntsville and New Waverly and maybe even Riverside, we got homework to do here to find out. There's like 3 different parties to go to, one of the 3. And we, you don't want to be tied into one. And then like you say, hey, you know what? You got an MPO, you should have that project and you selling that. I'm gonna take care of these people who are not out here.
and I'm not trying to put any sort of anxiety in you
No.
over how this may go. I'm just trying to, in a workshop sense, explain real world examples of how this stuff can and very possibly does work.
Exactly. And I would even,
It's already there on this end.
well, it is,
Exactly.
but you're gonna, you'll move on. Okay, and then somebody else might come in and we have no idea what they're, that's why I'm like a policy guy. If you can have something locked into place. I don't like it where, well, he likes us, he's gonna come into our MPO area and give us funding, or he's like, no, he's not going to, we're on our own on that one. I mean, those are huge decisions to make when you sign on the dotted line and get into a group, to know the repercussions of what that has just excluded you from.
Right. Well, I don't want the meeting record to show that you're trying to get me out of my position.
No, absolutely not.
That's a very, very common theme throughout the state that just district engineers are particular with their discretionary funds.
Sure.
That they are being addressing the needs equally through their district, and when there are other means by, in this case,
Absolutely.
I would be looking at my local Brazos County MPO and saying, okay, if this is priority number 60 for you, then that makes it a little harder for me to decide to go take my small amount of discretionary funds and address it. Where sometimes I do add my discretionary funds to assist in delivering a project that is a priority of that MPO. That's just kind of the nature of how things work. So,
right.
I mean, and I think that seems pretty logical to most. So, but that's a real world example that I think you might be looking for, even though I'm not arguing one side or the other.
Well, no, but I want to make sure what we're getting into is what we want to be into. So,
And it might be that he's only got $10 million. These are not anywhere near numbers. $10 million spent on 10 counties. We go to MPO and we might get 2 million to ourselves. So there's a lot of
that's one
various
place that I'm
factors.
confused about.
I'll just take Chad's 3 million.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chad.
Does the category, I think it's, that you were talking about for MPO monies funding, category 2, excuse me, discretionary 12. No, well, 11, okay. Category 2 funding. Too many numbers today, Chad.
You're right.
So the MPO funding that can be used in an MPO, will that come, whether it's $1 or $1 million, will that come through HGAC's bunch, or does that come to your budget?
Say that question again. Ask your question again.
Okay. The money that you're talking about, that is category 2, that is MPO monies, funding, does that come to HGAC for our part of it, or does that come to you to be spent in the MPO within your district?
I'll answer that question. So category 2 is, the MPO has project selection, decision-making over that. That slate of projects then has to be approved by our Texas Transportation Commission. Because category 2 funds can only be spent on the state system. So you can't use those funds on any other roadways other than the state system.
Right.
But the MPO makes project selection decisions on that.
But it goes back, ties in with Bill and Danny are talking about. If we're part of the whole HGAC region and our little turn lane, if we were part of the MPO, our little turn lane project in the HGAC region is gonna be a number 5,000 down at the bottom.
5,003.
5,003.
We don't have that many projects.
Because and that's why I'm asking more how the funding rolls out, because just for Walker County, if we are part of that MPO, we know what our priorities are. We've got a problem. That's why we've got the lollipop, right? How is that funding going to ever get to us if we're part of HGAC's and if they've got 400 projects, we're 402? I guess is my question, right? I'm worried about Walker County. At this setting, I'm worried about Walker County. I'm worried about what goes on in our home. Yeah. When you put the HGAC hat on, I understand the regional impacts that we're trying to adjust to. But right now, we're worried about our house.
So I think those are details that I think that's maybe another meeting. I think it's another meeting, so we can kind of get the 20,000 foot elevation picture of it. Because like I said, we do have to sit down and look at, there's at least 3 in my head that I know of. This HGAC, it's by our, or get in, get out, it's City of Huntsville, or it's our county. We have a lot of deals, and we need to know how we're going to get touched by each one, everyone.
If you don't throw that in there, you need to put Sam on. 3 cities. I mean, Sam's got, they utilize our whole transportation system.
So that's what I think that's a separate meeting. So I think maybe you're right. We kind of went down a little rabbit hole over there, but maybe can we jump back to the 20,000 foot view again?
So there's one other element of that. Captain, you may know the answer, or Chad, I'm not sure. But so if a new area becomes part of an MPO, see, I get to ask questions too. But if a new area becomes part of an MPO, and then that would then change the Cat 2 formula a little bit, right? Or the calculation?
It would, but here,
And would that money show up as district money? Or does it suddenly revert to the MPO? And we just get a little bit more in our Cat 2 allocation.
correct,
Okay,
And that was my main question.
that's what I was trying to get. That's what I
Correct.
make sure I wanted-
you would just get, again, there's a formula that doles out those funds.
Right.
And so however the formula worked, that adjusted budget would show up in your UTP.
And we can work with TxDOT to sort of try to get an estimate at least as to what that change would be. So we have a handle on that too. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna Scott to come up and just talk a little bit about how we do project programming and
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Beckham. I'm the program manager for our project programming delivery group. So basically, my team handles the development of our transportation improvement program, which is kind of the checkbook for the region. And also we work on the project selection activities. So working with project sponsors to develop new projects to get into our pipeline. Next slide. All right, so just to provide a little context. Two of the major responsibilities of the Metropolitan Planning Organization are to develop a regional transportation plan, which is a 25-year document where we look at trends that are going on in the region and try to forecast out what the region will be over that time frame. So currently we're in the 2045 planning horizon, which was just completed earlier this year. It's been a long year. Earlier this year. And then that's kind of the big picture, 50,000 foot level looks way out into the future. And as you drill down in, we have what we call our HJC 10-year plan. And that corresponds with the Unified Transportation Program, which is the TxDOT's 10-year kind of funding program, which projects that they plan to fund over that time frame. And HJC has one. I'll talk a little bit more about these as we go. And then as we drill down even further, we have what we call our 4-year TIP, or our Transportation Improvement Program. And so this is kind of where the rubber meets the road. The project is ready to either go to do some engineering, and we can fund those types of activities right away, as well as some of our as well as our construction activities on those projects. Next slide. So just a little bit about the TIP, our Transportation Improvement Program. It is a federal and state mandated program of transportation projects. It contains all of the regionally significant projects that are funded with local, state, or federal funding in the region. As I mentioned, it covers 4 years of funding. Right now, we're in 2023 to 2026. So over the next few months, actually, we'll be developing the 2025 to 2028 transportation improvement document. There's a little overlap there in terms of the years. So we'll be working on that and bringing that to the TPC over the next few months. We update that document on a monthly basis. One of the things to consider when developing the TIP, as soon as you get it approved, it's already obsolete because projects are changing. Projects are, local project sponsors are developing projects. TxDOT is moving projects through the system. And so as those projects go to development, things change. So we do a monthly amendment process, and that you'll see quite frequently on our agendas at the TAC and TPC meetings. As I mentioned, we redevelop it every 2 years, and it must be consistent with the long range plan, as well as our most recent air quality conformity determination. We are in a region of non-attainment for air quality. And so there are other requirements that we must go through as a region to ensure that we're not exceeding our emissions budgets for the timeframe of the plan. Next slide. So our HJC 10-year plan is a state mandated document. It must be fiscally constrained to the funding allocated to the region. And so, as I mentioned, the Unified Transportation Program earlier also identifies our funding allocations over a 10-year timeframe. So we try to program out over that 10 years to align projects with the regional transportation plan. And then as those projects continue to develop, they flow into our TIP document for implementation. We revise it as needed, usually about every 1 to 2 years when we make that update. Next slide. So the regional transportation plan, so this is the larger, kind of the larger vision and goals document. It outlines strategies for implementing the plan. It's also where we document our performance measures and targets. We do a future revenue forecast. So we take a look at anticipated revenue over the lifespan of the plan, and that includes local revenues that go into transportation, as well as our other transportation sources from our transit agencies, our tolling agencies, and as well as some of our major cities and counties that contribute very heavily to the transportation system. Major amendments to that document occur less frequently. There is a process in the works. I believe it's going to TAC and TPC starting this month to update how projects flow into the RTP. So we'll have more on that. It's adopted every 4 years. As I mentioned, the last plan was approved by TPC. In the spring, we received our air quality conformity determination, which basically says that our plan meets that conformity, those conformity requirements. We received that on November 1st of this year. So we have another 4 years before we're required to develop another plan. Next slide. So a little bit about the project selection process. So this is how we evaluate projects to flow into our regional transportation plan as well as to our TIP. So projects must align. We try to align our projects with the regional transportation goals as well as the TPC guidance. At the completion of the last call for projects back in 2018, the TPC at the time convened a work group to develop some guidance for that. So we've been using that guidance as well as the goals from the latest regional transportation plan to develop our next project selection process. The list there are some of the investment categories or kind of high level project types that we intend to select and evaluate projects against. So of course, safety is the number one concern in the region. Another area that may be of interest to this group is our high growth area needs. So this is looking at areas that are experiencing higher than normal growth or exponential growth, and whether that be in population or economic development, commercial activities, whatever it is, the project sponsor defines that need for us. And then we work with them to develop their submittal for the call for projects on that. We also take a look at regional goods movement. So as you know, Houston is home to Port Houston, Port Freeport, Port Galveston, and all of those things, as you know, flow up 45. And so we are taking a look at regional goods movement in the region. And actually our regional goods movement project selection effort is kind of coming to a head. We are taking some draft project lists to our TPC for action. However, our intent with this project selection process is to make this a rolling effort. So as ideas come up around the region, we ask project sponsors, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, but we ask project sponsors to just submit those ideas through a statement of project interest that we'll take a look. So when the next regional goods movement or the next category rolls around, we have that project already queued up. Next slide. So this is just a little more about the definitions. I won't read this to you, but these are the categories with a little more information about how we define the category and kind of what projects we'd be looking for in those categories. Next slide.
We don't have this handout, right? It does not make it to us.
No, we can make sure we get that to you.
Are you good with me taking it from the flash drive and putting it on so the commissioners have it? Sure. Okay. So at the end of this, I'll switch it over.
All right. So as I mentioned, the intent with this current project selection process and moving forward is to have projects come in on a rolling basis. So we developed a statement of project interest. It's basically an Excel sheet that's very high level information. What is the project? What are the outcomes that you're trying to achieve with this project? What need does this project feel? And then how quickly can you deliver it? That's another thing we look at too, project readiness. And so those will be accepted on a rolling basis. Projects that are awarded for funding will then be programmed into the appropriate documents. So if your project is something that's ready to go, it's ready for construction, or even if it's a project that's not necessarily ready for construction, but you may be ready to do your engineering or your environmental on that project, those projects will flow into the Transportation Improvement Program. And then if your project is further out and it gets selection, then we program it into the 10-year plan. If it's even further out, then we queue it up for the Regional Transportation Plan to allow the agencies to further develop their projects to get it ready for funding into the TIP timeframe. We do a kind of a two-step project evaluation process. We look at qualitative as well as quantitative measures. We have, in terms of the qualitative, we have project sponsors submit project narratives, as I said, kind of expanding on that. What are the outcomes you plan to achieve, and how you plan to address those projects are discussed there. And then we have more quantitative methods, which look kind of like our benefit cost analysis, which takes a look at our emissions for air quality, congestion, and delay for delay. And then I'm missing one, safety. Safety is the other measure we look at. Next slide. So projects that are selected are selected by the TPC fall into one of these four categories. We kind of mentioned the category 2, which is our metropolitan and urban corridors, our funding, our congestion mitigation, air quality funds. These are projects that help to improve air quality. So projects must provide a benefit, must improve nitrogen oxide emissions, as well as volatile organic compound emissions. And that's something that we work with project sponsors to take a look at your project, and we run the analysis to see if those projects can make the cut for our congestion mitigation air quality program.
All right, so if we're in our section north of the Montgomery County line and we're outside the non-attainment area like we are, is that still a criteria for our projects up here?
So I think the non-attainment area.
You would not have access to CMAQ funds. Those
That's what I was
funds
thinking.
you would not have access to.
Well, we actually clarified it. If the project could be demonstrated to have a benefit in the non-attainment area. If the project is located within the MPO area, it actually is eligible. But Catherine's generally right. It's got to demonstrate that air quality benefit inside the non-attainment area.
Okay.
Surface transportation block grant program. So these are funding funds that are directly allocated to the MPO from the feds. This is kind of the catch-all that in terms of eligibility. It's not so tight in terms of what's eligible in that program. And then our transportation alternative set aside. So there was some talk a little bit earlier about the states program, which I believe just completed not too long ago. And then so we are starting ours in the spring. So in the spring, we'll start our what we call our active transportation project selection efforts. And with that, we'll be spending down a lot of our transportation alternative set aside. And I think it was just this last year, they made it to where if you were kind of in an area where you could go with the TxDOT process, or if you were in part of an MPO, you could go with the MPO process. They tried to stagger those so that folks, if they didn't make TxDOTs, they could then go into their MPOs funding selection efforts as well. They just didn't want them to run together. Next slide. And so one of the other things is that we look at is once a project is selected, you'll hear from us frequently because we want to make sure that project gets across the goal line. So we'll take a look at project readiness milestones. So when we selected the project, we agreed on the schedule. And so we'll take a look at that schedule and see how well we're meeting those milestones. We report that on a quarterly basis to our TPC for their information. And then we take anything back from that effort to try to work with the project sponsors to get those projects moving. We also engage with our TxDOT districts on project readiness. As a lot of those projects, once the project is selected, there's a contracting process with TxDOT so that you can receive those, be reimbursed for those funds. And so we try to work with TxDOT continuously so that we make sure that they're engaged and they're aware of what's going on in the pipeline of projects as well. We also want to make sure that there's district support for local projects. We'll be working very closely with the district to get those projects across the goal line. So we want to make sure that everyone's on the same page, everyone has the same priority for it, and that project can move forward. We also periodically hold a local project sponsor workshop where we work with local project sponsors, kind of giving them an overview of how the federal process works. Because once you put a $1 federal funds in a project, it becomes fully federalized. And so the rules change, the requirements change, the costs change when that happens. And so we try to make sure that we're putting out frequent information to local project sponsors as a resource.
Can we expand on that just for a minute? Because that's one of the concerns that I had. You take something if federal money goes into it, if something that we would build a X amount wide road with open ditches, it may go into federal standards. You may have to put in curb and gutter and your cost of your construction, your project goes astronomically high. That's one of the discussions I had with somebody. I just wanted to point that out when we're talking, because it gets into federal money.
Well, they can, but generally the federal funding is it'll track that also, the Build Back America stuff and Davis Bacon and all the stuff like that comes into play. That's going to shove everything up. So that's another conversation for us to have, is what's the gotcha for the gimme?
Right. But your 20% of match goes up too,
Right. That is correct. So we normally fund projects. We normally fund projects at an 80-20 funding split. We do have some mechanisms that we're trying to roll out with transportation development credits, that's a whole other workshop. Right. It's a whole other workshop to explain those. And we are also developing what we call a regional strategic funding program that helps to swap out some of those TDCs as well. So there are some mechanisms that we can help to alleviate some of that local match concern. But yeah, you are correct. Once you put the federal dollars, it does, the project cost does go up. That's correct. Yeah. So one of the other items we look at is, of course, our system performance. So with the federal legislation keeping intact these performance areas, which takes a look at safety, reliability, and our quality, as well as some of our pavement and bridge conditions around the region, and of course, congestion in our transit asset management system. So every other year or so, we develop new targets for one of these specific areas. I think we're working on our transit asset management program, and then soon we'll be working on our congestion relief. And actually, we have a new one that may be coming as well as greenhouse gas emissions as well. So we try to track those, and those are reported. System performance is reported as part of our TIP document, as well as our regional transportation plan. And this is a list of web resources pointing to our current TIP 10-year plan, the 2045, as well as our other transportation project resources and other items there. And I believe that's the end of my slides.
That's a lot.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, so I think you've said it once or twice.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Pretty quick.
I guess, or any questions, and we'll bring Ally up. Talk about the planning activities that we do.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ally Isbell. I'm the Assistant Director at the Houston-Galveston Area Council MPO. So a type of study that we do, we call it sub-regional studies. So Regional Planning Initiative is the name of the program that was started about 15 years ago. This is to kind of dive down into specific pockets of the region that have unique issues that we need to understand better before moving forward with including them in larger plans and then eventually rolling them up to being funded. So we do several types of studies based on subject matter like resiliency or freight for the entire region, but these sub-regional studies tend to focus on all of those issues in one study. It may be a precinct of a county, it may be a city, it may be something smaller like a tax increment reinvestment zone for City of Houston, that sort of thing, and also countywide. So these these studies, like I said earlier, they look at not just one topic, but a multitude of issues that could be of concern, such as safety, maintaining a state of good repair, moving people and goods efficiently, so freight movement, people movement, looking at the economic benefits of roadway construction and improvements, and conserving and protecting natural resources. And these are part of our requirements that we're required to look at for transportation projects that we will eventually fund. So we kind of hit two birds with one stone, look at what's required of us and also the needs of the local entity. So the process of developing these studies and developing the recommendations is kind of standard. We follow a process of identifying the needs, and then we look at what other adjacent entities are doing, what the plans are that we already have in place. Say that the last time we looked at this corridor, this is what we had suggested 10 years ago. Is that still what we need? And then it helps us provide input to the planning documents that we prepare that are federally required, and helps us make the best recommendations for those local areas that we can. Okay, so what it does, it helps the local jurisdictions have a really holistic look at their specific needs. So, for example, we've done this with Waller County, and they have recently had a lot of growth in the warehousing sector. And so when we looked at we did a countywide thoroughfare plan and a countywide mobility plan kind of concurrently, and looked at where those warehousing buildings are being built, the transportation impacts of the new employees going to those buildings, and where are they coming from. And that's all information, that we have access to at HGAC through our data analytics group, looking at where the new developments may be built. So looking at the housing developments that are crossing over from the adjacent counties into Waller County, looking at where employees of these new warehouses might be coming from, that sort of thing. And then we always, of course, have the steering committee be composed of local entities. So we'll have HGAC staff to help guide things, but the best plans are the plans that have the best steering committees and the most participation by those members. So that's something that we really try to focus on, make sure we get the right people in the room, the people that can help us with the local knowledge. So we work really closely with the local jurisdictions to identify those steering committee members, and to make sure that they're all involved in the conversation, the whole process of developing the plan. Next slide. Okay, so there's like a couple of different types of sub-regional plans. They all kind of sound the same, but to us, they're very different. Thoroughfare plans, these are something that I've heard y'all might be interested in. So these are really, really long range transportation plans. And this is really to help the county or the city preserve right of way. And cities do these, counties do these. We do them on behalf of cities and counties. And it takes a long, in this 50 years, it's no joke. Grand Parkway has been on a thoroughfare plan for almost that long. And this helps preserve the right of way for future corridors. When a large parcel of land is subdivided, you can then refer to this thoroughfare planning document and say, approximately in this location, we need you to donate to us 100 foot of right of way, just to ensure that when you're going from rural to suburban or urban, you preserve the nature of what you would like to preserve as the county or the city, as well as not let the developers dictate what the transportation network will look like going forward. And so it helps with future development to ensure that there's enough response time for emergency responders, which helps to make sure that houses can be insured and that sort of thing. And we've seen kind of the ramifications of not having a thoroughfare plan in some of these more rural areas that are all of a sudden being developed, and the traffic issues, and it's hard to go back and fix. So that's kind of a thoroughfare plan. And
What do you send before you go to the next one?
Yeah.
Thoroughfare plans in small counties, like our county. To be considered a true thoroughfare plan, you have to basically have, a plan and have it basically funded and, or at least have funding set aside and ready to go. What are you seeing in other small counties? I mean, for us to go to a guy and say, hey, you need to walk, 100 feet offside of your property. It's a taking. We're doing a taking from that person. And if we don't have anything in place to ever build that road, I mean, are you seeing something like that in other counties, or how are they dealing with that?
Yeah, so it's handled a number of different ways. We're just starting a thoroughfare plan for Chambers County right now. But I know of examples in the Dallas region where they are implementing a thoroughfare plan. When the permitting process occurs, they actually have a retainer with a consulting firm if they don't have enough staff in-house to keep up with all this review. And then it is just a map. The thoroughfare plan is just a map. It can be more than that. It can be subdivision regulations and get into a lot more details. But when you have that map, that's really your guide, and you're able to say, this is what our commissioners court approved, and this is what we need from you in order to approve your development.
So, and Ally, if I could interject, one of the benefits, I believe, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not giving you legal advice here, but my read of the code, the state code, is that if you have an MPO adopted major thoroughfare plan, you may have some flexibility in there in the widths that you require to be set aside over and above what the state gives you. So as you're planning for your future, there is some language in the state code that basically says if it's in an MPO plan, adopted major thoroughfare plan, then there's
an adopted plan, there's some money invested in it, and it's a little more credible sitting at the table.
Well, by virtue of the fact that it's in a metropolitan area. So when and again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a legislator, so I don't want to speak for them either. But when you're trying to create a state law that has to fit for everybody, whether you're in Amarillo to Laredo, here to there. And so they give you a certain width and say you have, you can require this. But if you're in an MPO area, if you're in a metropolitan area and you have a metropolitan plan adopted by your MPO, you may be able to deviate from the minimums that we give. Again, you would have to consult with your attorney.
Research that one, absolutely. But I appreciate the input. Thank you.
150 feet, you can go above 150 feet right of way. If it is adopted and consultation.
And I'm just telling you all this. Well, I'm telling you this because that's my interpretation. The Montgomery County attorney is not of that same opinion. Other attorneys are in other counties. So you would have to.
Okay, so what triggered it? I mean, because obviously we're talking about TxDOT being wholeheartedly involved in this. I mean, as far as some kind of thoroughfare plan, is it the growth? Is it the population change? I mean, what makes you start this and say, hey, this is the way it's going to be? I mean, because we're kind of at that point dictating what goes on within the county then.
There are no rules about you have to have a thoroughfare plan.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea, don't get me wrong, but you don't want to be, take 1960 for example, it was a farm to market road. Now it's 6 lanes.
Right.
And so you don't want to be late to the game, but yet you don't want to be too early either, I don't think so.
So thoroughfare plans allow you to identify where future roadways need to be, but aren't yet. They help you to begin to develop a network of roadways that would address future growth. And then they also lay out for you, the width that you want that roadway to be. And based on kind of a hierarchy or a network from local roads to collectors to arterials to your interstates. And then what that's gonna look like in terms of width. And that better enables you to have a conversation with developers as they come in and the developer says, I want this much, plat for this much land. You can say, oh, I have a road plan through there. So I need you to do this.
And it's something that y'all can adjust annually. A lot of entities do make revisions really frequently. So
That's another discussion for us to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
It's
doing a
gonna
lot of
be-
discussions.
it's gonna be a big
can of worms.
yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
A mobility plan is another type of plan that we do, and that's more of a look at actual projects for a smaller area. So we might look at our travel demand model that has our growth projections, and then we might lay out some tubes and do actual traffic counts, input it into some modeling software and say, based on population growth, based on employment growth, we expect the traffic on this corridor to increase by 5% a year for the next 10 years. So let's go ahead and say in 10 years, we're going to need this road to be widened to 3 lanes. And then it's not just adding a lane, it's other things like we want our downtown district to maintain this feel that it has now. So we don't want any lane expansion. We want roadway or sidewalks. We want bike lanes. We want more traffic control implementations like access management. So there's no left turns in the middle of the corridor that helps protect pedestrian traffic and that sort of thing. Those get really tailored to the location of the mobility plan itself. So we do a lot of them and they are all very, very different because all the jurisdictions want very different things and have very different requirements. And then those mobility plans do produce projects that we know exactly where they're going to want turn lanes. They're going to want and then we can roll those up into our longer term plans, and then they have a better opportunity to be funded because our hope for these subregional plans is that they will and that the entities use them and either on their own fund projects out of them or with us seek funding for implementing those projects. And then corridor plans are kind of a different animal in itself. And those are just to look at one stretch of roadway and maybe a buffer around that section of roadway to gain an understanding of the issues that are needed in that particular stretch of road. Go on to the next. Okay, so we already talked about this a little bit, but thoroughfare plans, they are very long term, so 50+ years. And they can be amended. They are just a guide. The lines on the map tend to spark a lot of public interest when property owners see a line of what is this doing cutting through my field here. They will not be happy about it, but you can educate them and say, this is not happening now. This is happening if in 50 years this land is sold and developed into a housing development. We want to make sure that the county maintains access or the city maintains access through here. So there's some education along with issuing, publicizing a thoroughfare plan like this, and that's something that we try to stay on top of.
Our friends at the city did that a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Bridges are probably just now healing.
Yeah. So again, we've talked about a lot of these things, but it's not going to be a list of projects, and it's not going to be preliminary engineering of these projects. It's not even going to be the lines won't exactly be where the road may actually wind up being. It's really just a guide for y'all to be able to use in the future. Mobility plan, we look at what we call short, medium, and long range recommendations. So these are things that are low hanging fruit. So short term stop signs, redoing the paint, adding a right turn lane, left turn lane, where needed. And then all the way up to a long range recommendation, which may be a whole new arterial, that it's needed to have another way to get across town. Right, and then corridor planning. Y'all can just read these notes that are on the screen, I guess. So this is a lot of coordination between the government entities. TxDOT does a lot of these as well. This is where you might see some access management. So you see this two-way left turn lane in the photo, and it might be that is becoming a dangerous situation on these larger farm to market roads. And then we'll make a plan for where it's appropriate to have those openings to manage the access and that sort of thing. All right, and move on to our regional transportation plan. That is the long range, like 20+ year plan that Adam and Craig have both touched on a little bit. But the idea is that the planning projects start out in one of these sub-regional plans and then move on to the RTP, which is our federally required document. And the RTP does cover the entire planning area, and it is fiscally constrained, although we do have a list of projects associated with the RTP that's, if we had more funding, this is what we would do. So we do list those as well. Next. Yeah. All right, and this is just a little information from the RTP, so y'all can get a feel of what we look at when we are developing the RTP. And then this is the map to show some of the major corridors included in the region, and kind of the investment, not necessarily just on that roadway, but in that area. It's a large sum of money.
It's a large sum of money.
Included in the RTP, we also look at household population projections. And so that's something that our data analytics team at HGAC works on. They update this information for us, and it helps us figure out where growth will be going, where jobs will be going. We also have information on the origin and destination of vehicles within the region. So we're able to see, people that work in the Texas Medical Center, where do they live and where are they coming from? And so that helps us in prioritizing the projects in the RTP. And then that helps with the 4-year plan, the 10-year plan, and all of that. And this is just another look at the type of information that we include in the RTP. So population growth, and that's why we're here, looking at where that population is growing to. And, based on this, we're projecting to be over 2 million people by 2045 in the 8-county region alone.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then job growth, you can see the jobs tend to be popping up more towards the west, but we've also got a lot of pockets throughout the region. You can see Conroe in that little in the loop, and other little pockets that are included in the job growth forecast. And then this is just to show the levels of congestion in our roadways. So based on 2020 on the left and 2045 on the right, we have this information for all the roadways shown here. And this is kind of like with improvement, it's still going to look like this. So even though we're spending all this funding, it's likely it's not going to get better. We're going to try to prevent it from getting worse. And then this is just a kind of a summary of the revenue that is included in those the fiscally constrained projects that are in the RTP, so the sources and percentages of the total funding for those projects.
Get a copy of that one too.
Yep.
That's a lot of that.
That's a lot of information.
No tests, however.
No tests.
Appreciate it.
Probably a good thing.
And next, I wanted to have Karen Owen come up and talk. So part of why I thought she would be great for you guys to hear from is that she has led a smallish MPO in the state, and so she's got a really good perspective on that. She's worked with a lot of other small MPOs in the state too.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Karen Owen. I'm a senior planner with HGAC. And as Craig mentioned, I'm with HGAC about 5 years, but before that time, I was with the Longview Metropolitan Planning Organization. Now, you can use the Longview MPO. I was with them about 24 years, and I was director for 15 years until about 5 years ago. So anyway, I just kind of want to talk to you informally. I did not create some slides. These are just kind of some perspectives. There's certainly other MPO directors throughout the states that you can say that you can contact and such. So what's it like to operate a small MPO? Well, you still have to have the basic federal planning documents as we presented. There's the basis, which is a 2-year work plan, which is basically what is your staff going to be doing in the next 2 years? What planning studies would you be undertaking and such? The other base document that you have to also adopt is a formal transportation plan. I mentioned that as well. He talked about the 10-year, and there's also a 25-year, kind of a long-range vision. You would want to look at growth for the region, get data and such, and you would have your planners working on that as well, in coordination, of course, with the TxDOT district. All MPOs work very, very closely with the TxDOT district, as HGAC does as well. So you have those base documents that you have. The work that MPOs do is very technical. The data analytics, the department that we have are there's some really top-notch folks as far as that is concerned. The funding that you get to hire your staff is relatively limited. It's not as if you can hire a staff of 3 planners. It's more of in the range, when I compare that, I looked at the Victoria MPO is about 91,000 population right now. And the amount of PL dollars, or the amount of planning funds, that's the name of those, that you would get to operate the MPO. For Victoria, it's about $200,000 a year. So that's basically 1.5 FTEs or full-time equivalent staff and such. Probably the greatest challenge that I can explain, and other MPO directors around the state that I've gotten to know over the years, is that it's really challenging to retain technical staff to do this type of planning work, because they can go elsewhere for a consulting company or work for another larger MPO, probably for a little bit higher pay. So it's always really difficult. We had 2.5 FTEs in Longview. We were in near non-attainment area. We had extra funding, a little bit higher, much more higher than, I was operating on a budget more like $250,000. The challenge with that is when you want a planning study, you have to save up some of your funding and carry it over several years, sometimes 2 to 3, maybe 4 years, to do perhaps a bicycle and pedestrian study or some type of mobility, things of that nature. So those kinds of things, funding that comes through is certainly would like to see that increase for the smaller MPOs. In the state of Texas, there are 23 MPOs. There's a minimum allocation that MPOs receive. So it's not, I think the population of Huntsville is around 50-something thousand, 60, just under, right. So, based on that, but they're going to at least do some type of minimum. There's a learning curve, of course. As I mentioned, it's very technical to get staff up to speed and such, but it does allow you to, make those decisions locally as far as, those visions and things. You would still have that with the studies that HGAC does. I don't see just a really huge difference as far as that is concerned. You'd have to make decisions on where your MPO boundary would be. Would you go out to the county and so on? And Craig alluded to that, and I certainly don't need to go into that in depth as well. But there are ever-changing federal requirements. TxDOT is at the ready at all times to work with MPOs, to explain what those and help interpret what those are as they come out come from Washington, D.C. There is a Texas Association of MPOs that I've served on the executive committee. I had 4 different terms that I was elected to that board as well. And that's basically the body of the 23 Texas MPOs. They get together in Austin and collaborate and share best practices. So really the best expertise and best practices that I've received from my colleagues, that other MPO directors, the Abilene MPO directors has been around quite some time, and I know some of the others as well. So
Is that a little group that somebody could just crash and sit in and listen to it one time? If these little group, the 23 MPOs.
Is it a closed meeting?
no.
They just had it last week,
Yes.
though.
Of course they did.
They just met, we just met last week.
Thursday.
And they meet quarterly.
Okay.
I think if someone's curious, about what it's like to be in an MPO, they probably welcome that. I mean, it might be a bit early.
That's what I'm saying. At some point, we would probably want to go sit in and listen, and see what the conversation is.
Certainly. And Dan Roach is the MPO director for the Bryan College Station MPO. Certainly can speak to him as well. Texas Transportation Institute through the Texas A&M University. I have to put a shout out for Aggies. So this room has quite a few Aggies in it, I might want to add, including myself. So the Texas Transportation.
I'm on this end, not on this end of the room. I'm a mama Bearcat. I'm also an Aggie Bearcat. I have two brothers, so I am.
We won't throw nothing at you.
Oh, I am all about Sam Houston. I'm very, very thrilled for my daughter to be an alumni. With that said, so there's resources through the Texas A&M Transportation Institute that can help you do your traffic demand model, that can help you do by those resources as well. As you talk about where is the demand on your transportation system over time. So you do have access to resources that don't cost extra dollars and such, and such. So I think you covered all the points.
When you said the 200,000, 250,000, that's your project money also, or is there another little pot that comes beside that?
Just strictly for your planning staff to be able to operate.
But you said you had to save a little bit, and I was hoping it wasn't out of that 200 to 200,000.
I'll just note, the Council of Governments I worked at in Arizona, we had an MPO that we staffed. And what we would do is save our apportionments of these small pots of money and basically trade them to the other MPOs. And then about every 3 or 4 years, we get one project. We'd have enough saved up to do one decent sized project.
So that brings a question going back to an earlier conversation. Liberty and Chambers you've got a little finger into those counties, right? What does it look like over there? What does the MPO help them do? How much projects have they done? What funding have y'all put over in that county, those counties?
See, Adam may know a bit more off the top of his head. Where the projects that we're going to take to our policy pass or next Friday, are in the time I've been here going to be the first one. It's going to include some of the first ones that are funding new projects in those counties. They did not turn out very well in the 2018 call for projects. And that's why we had this special group that was formed, that then led to the whole project selection process that Adam described earlier. So we're in that process right now, so I can't tell you exactly how that's going to work, but historically they were underserved. But we've written the selection process now so that hopefully it's going to
That's one of the questions we would have.
And I just know, I was thinking too, I can't remember who, someone said something that triggered me to actually spend the time looking up. You guys would actually, if the entirety of Walker County were to come into the MPO, it would be the 6th largest county in the MPO. There's immediately jump 2 of the existing counties, just due to population size. So it's not like you'd be coming in as the smallest member of the MPO. It would just simply be that you'd be the newest member of the MPO.
There's also a component of transit planning, and we have Jamila Owens with us here today. That's part of our one of our program managers that works closely with our transit agencies. As you know, we have Houston Metro, and then we have 6 other agencies that operate transit. So you have Orbit, I guess you have your fixed route as well as demand response transit system. So the MPO coordinates not only surface highway projects, but the transit component as well. So that's a piece of it. But those FTA dollars are combined what I mentioned about the 200,000
Yeah.
to somewhere in there. And they're looking at increasing that minimum allocation for planning.
There was a lot of discussion about that at this past meeting. The smaller MPOs were noting very effectively that there's been a lot of inflation since that minimum threshold was set. They're having a difficult time keeping up just with the minimum requirements.
Is that, what is it, Brazos Transit District? Is that does that come out of some of that funding that you're just talking about? You may know back there. I don't
You
know.
said part of to operate, or do you mean just for the planning source?
How is it there? I mean, I don't know where they get their money from. I know we have demand response here, what they call it.
Brazos Transit District.
Right, yeah.
Their funds come through the transit agency,
Right.
FTA, to operate their rural program and such. They do operate part of.
It's really, I mean, so most of that comes into the state and then the state distributes the rural transit folks. And I'm not a transit planner, so.
A lot of disclaimers over there, you know.
Right, I know, but if you want to talk about what I know, I'm here all day.
So there's operating funds. And there's planning.
Okay.
So when I was in Longview, we worked with Longview Transit. We started up a fixed route system as well. But I understand that y'all have fixed route as well as demand response currently in Huntsville.
Okay.
So.
I don't know about fixed routes. I know it.
We only have demand response. I'm sorry.
Just demand.
Just demand. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I checked your website.
We've done studies for fixed routes and haven't.
And that's a challenge. It wasn't long. It took years and years to be able to do that. So it's looking at the demand and what can fund it and such, because your transit system typically certainly does not pay for the transit revenue
Itself, right, yeah.
but it is important, to economic development and such. So we are part of Houston Galveston Area Council. We have an incredible, robust analytics team. While we may not have some of the data that Craig said at the moment here today, there's some really great minds there. So some really great resources. So I'm not here to sway you one way or another. I've lived it, and I've seen both sides of it and such. And it's kind of it's a decision for your county as well as the cities and such to kind of come together. I know you're in information gathering mode, and kudos to you for doing that, because it's a multifaceted.
But you've been doing it, you did it a long time, so you obviously feel like there's value to it and it's worth the nuts and bolts to put together.
As far as small MPOs?
Just as an MPO, just in general.
Oh, absolutely. It's what brings your city, your county, your Texas Department of Transportation, your transit agencies all to the table to make sure that you're moving in one direction. You're talking, it's the 3C process that the federal dollars are set aside to do this cooperative, continuing, and comprehensive. And so that's that's how communities move forward, by getting together and collaborating.
Do you have something, Aaron?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the city took part in a public transit master plan. I think we completed in 2020. HGAC was the driving force behind that and provided a lot of.
And are y'all able to use that? Do y'all use that when subdivisions and stuff come to town? Do y'all put it on the table with a subdivision kind of a deal, or where are you at with that?
Not the public transportation plan, the thoroughfare.
Plan,
Yes,
yeah.
we do.
Okay, good. Okay.
And that was done, the city completed our latest one in 2019.
Okay. Wow. It's been 4 years already. That's crazy.
Any questions? Those conclude my remarks.
Thank you.
You said something about Texas A&M has a division over there to help with something. Is that a resource for us? Say that.
Texas Transportation.
Yeah, TTI.
Interactive.
Yeah.
They have an outstanding reputation. They're basically the research arm for the Texas Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
Agency, doing all types of work. But what most MPOs use them for is the travel demand model. So you want to base a long range plan. It needs to be based on data. It needs to be based on a growth forecast. And so to substantiate where you plan to spend your mobility dollars in the future, so you can address growth. That's very high level. There's so much technical aspect to that. What else you want to know? Also think we can do it geographically, you know, the Longview PO is basically a hub for service and employment and things for that. They're another large city except Shreveport, 1 hour to the east and DFW to the west. So it's a little unique. It's a little closer to a large metropolitan area. I think there's something to be considered there. A small MPO next to a large metropolitan city, a different dynamic and a different feel. Small. So I'm sure you've already thought of that. Something that.
No, we're learning a lot today, so don't be afraid to say anything.
Okay, right. Just
This is a lot.
those dynamics of growth and certainly knowing all about economic development.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So that's all of the prepared that we had, although I think, our HJC's executive director also made the trip up here. So wanted to give him a chance.
Afternoon, everybody. Just wanted to say a couple things real quickly. Thanks for having us up. Really appreciate the opportunity to come up. You have some decisions to mull over in the future. I want to let you know that our team is here to help you as you go through that process, not just to provide information on whether or not you join the MPO house at the Houston Galveston State Council, but whether you decide to form your own or look at some sort of a hybrid operation. We're here to help provide information to you technical assistance so you can make the best decision for Walker County and for your cities and for your residents. So I want to let you know we're here to help. We appreciate the time today. Appreciate the team coming up to provide some information. We threw a lot at you, I know. We'll make all the information available as you sift through it. We're here to help you work through this important decision that you're going to have before you going forward. As far as helping some of the other counties that you mentioned, we did help the city of Dayton and Liberty County and Liberty County look at a solution. They call it the candy cane. There's a railroad situation that comes in, hooks through downtown. And if you don't plan it properly, you can be on behind that train a couple times a day for at least an hour. Each way we worked with Judge Knight and the folks at the Economic Development Corporation and others to look at a overpass option in town for that. So we did help them with that. Thoroughfare planning for those counties, mobility studies as well too. And something that was very impressive to me as a member of the Policy Council is when Chambers County, which had been, as Craig mentioned, maybe a little underserved in previous years, had a very vocal and eloquent participant in Commissioner Billy Combs, former commissioner in the county, who really made sure that the entire Policy Council got behind the idea of an issue for their county, which was freight safety. And so he really made sure that that was on the table and discussed. That's made its way into our scoring criteria and also warehouse congestion from some of the warehouse growth they have in freight goods movement. So there's an opportunity for the more outlying and rural areas to really influence that regional discussion. So I just wanted to make sure that that was something you're aware of as you contemplate this going forward. So that's all I had to say. Just wanted to say hello and thanks again. And we're here to help you navigate wherever it's at.
Awesome.
Thank you, Chuck.
We definitely appreciate y'all's input today. A lot of information.
And not just us, I mean, we got a lot of different players on there, so.
We would encourage anyone who's got questions, we're happy to talk anytime. And our select committee continues to move forward. I think all of you guys at least see the invitation we've got to virtual meeting that we're having with the other counties. We had already scheduled this with y'all, and now that the city has kind of accelerated their timeline, then we're having to sort of go back and re-accelerate our timeline. So we're having a web-based version of this conversation, but you guys, there could be some questions or comments that come up in that that you haven't heard yet.
Did you send us an email? Did you already did?
I think I sent an email last week, but if not, I'll make sure y'all get it. I'll send it out, but it's Thursday afternoon. It's a webinar or Zoom meeting, and we will, it's also going to be recorded, so folks will be able to go back in and watch it later on too.
What else I got? See Huntsville game thing?
Those are not at the moment, but discussion. Coming up.
So what's the timeline on these decisions? We got an option to go on our own in 10 years when we get a new census?
That definitely will be an option. Then the real other question is gonna be, how are we gonna want to participate in our NPO?
Right.
Because it's not, we're gonna have to draw the planning area boundary to at least include the lollipop.
So if we want to go in y'all's MPO, we have to do it by when? Or do y'all just vote us in?
We'd be drawing those lines relatively soon, but I mean, I'd say, I'll be completely honest. It's in such, there's such fluidity right now with that timeline. I would say sometime in the next month to 6 months.
Okay.
So that's when that's when, you know. Yeah, and that's about the best I can give you right now. There are implications that happen for the larger MPO, for the full MPO, if we don't act on this.
So if we come up and we say we don't want to be in HGAC MPO or that MPO. That's okay? Or we say we do want it in and we just want half the county or just a little
Yeah,
lollipop or whatever.
I mean, it's a bit of speculation because we don't have that select committee hasn't yet decided this. This is intended to be a information gathering for us and for you, but I mean, I'd speculate that there's probably a way in which we would be able to draw our boundary. And so technically that area would be part of our MPO. But if a county didn't want to participate, there would probably be a way where they could basically say, no, hands off. And all we would do is work out some kind of an agreement where when there is a need, where the county like has a transportation project that would need to go into for state or federal requirements, go into our TIP, we'd work out a process to be able to do that. And there wouldn't be any other kind of relationship. That can happen. They're like I said, the feds don't like it, but it's in the rules to, I mean, it's not that specific option, but the way the federal regulations are written, that could happen as a result of that. So that's sort of the one extreme, all the way up to being a full regular member of the MPO.
What would be the advantage to the county and the city coming onto that NPO versus being an NPO that is funded on its own as a smaller NPO? As Karen was speaking to.
The most obvious one is probably the scale of effort that can go into the planning activities and access. The potential large pot of funds that we have as an NPO. Smaller NPOs, and like I've also got that perspective of having sort of worked with a smaller NPO, and they can feel very resource constrained. There's no guarantee of access to a bunch of transportation project funds, but there's a fairly high probability that there'd be planning activities available almost immediately.
Yeah, I think we had some good conversations to take place.
Like anything else?
Thank you for coming up again. I appreciate it. All y'all that.
Thank all of y'all for coming.
Thank everybody.
Yeah, we don't have no executive session. Any other public comments? Questions from media? Commissioners Court?
Yeah, left us some.
Yeah.
They did leave us.
Commissioners Court got anything?
Lucy got something.
Commissioners and all, you asked for the slides. So if you go to the R drive, Commissioners Court, go to day's court date with all the backup that Ally has put in. There's now a workshop. The 3 slideshows are in batch folder.
What about the city, Aaron?
Thank you.
Okay. Good deal.
Yeah, if somebody.
I can send it to you.
One of y'all an email, y'all can send it to them.
Yep. Sounds good. Anything
Sounds
else?
good. Thank you, Lucy.
All right.